I'd like to begin today by presenting an award to Red Dead Redemption 2. Congratulations, you are no longer the most overrated game since Skyrim. A new champion has arisen. Now, being overrated doesn't inherently mean that something is bad. But is Elden Ring bad? Is it the worst, most broken, boring grind that I've ever played? No, I have played Nine Dragons, but it is a special kind of game. I think we can all agree there. I find it to be a very unique failure and frustrating beyond reason. A wise man once said to me, if Elden Ring was a soccer player, it wouldn't score any goals. I don't think I'd put it in such harsh language, but who am I to disagree with the Confucius of our time? In fact, over the course of this video, I'll be making several comparisons between Elden Ring and some 14 other pieces of media. Now, why is this?
Why do I do this?
Do I expect Elden Ring to be a utopian masterclass, the pinnacle of every genre known to man? No, thankfully not. Instead, I've come to realize that everything this game attempts to do is done better elsewhere. This game is not the best at anything. The main standout features of this game are its negatives, and that's beyond disappointing, it's frustrating. Now, despite the callback to my old shitpost reviews, this video is not intended to be a review in the traditional sense. I'm not here to list out all the pros and cons, assign a number rating, tell you that this game is a 6 out of 10, because it ain't. This video is a means of organizing my thoughts, because I could say, the game is bad, or I don't like it, and leave it at that, but statements like this don't adequately represent my experience with the game, or do it justice either. There is something to be said about the type of vitriolic reaction this game elicits in me, and I find it fascinating. Now, in the wake of discussing my experience with every festering wound wide open, I do not doubt for a second that the Elden Boys could roll out and give me all sorts of new info that I don't currently have about the game. That is why making this video is important to me. I need to capture this moment in time to reflect on only the information that I have, the information that the game provided to me, before more external info is injected to artificially cover for the palpable shortcomings in this game's own presentation. Your perception of the game's content is colored by your external knowledge. So along these lines, let's talk about bias. Now, I can imagine one might be inclined to say, bah, you're just a hipster. You just hate Elden Ring because it's popular. And look, let's be honest here, that's not an unfounded skepticism to have of me. I have for years been put off by the popularity of the Dark Souls series, particularly given that the single topic of praise I've heard for the Dark Souls games is that they're hard. When you Google Dark Souls review, it automatically highlights the part of every result where it says, oh, it's so fucking hard. Hey, it saves me the trouble. Like, okay, I get that it's hard, but is it good? Is it well made? I've been skeptical, cynical even. But after giving Elden Ring a brief try, I decided, what the heck, I can grab a used copy at least. After all, they're not exactly in short supply. I'm sure I can get some enjoyment out of this. It's a high fantasy RPG, it's like my home genre. And yeah, let me address this as well. Yes, I am using the terms Dark Souls and Elden Ring interchangeably, because they're functionally the same thing. Even YouTube's automated robots, specifically designed to recognize games featured in videos, can't differentiate between the two because they look exactly the same. Then again, YouTube also has me flagged as an active Al-Qaeda member, so maybe not the best standard. You ever ridden a jet ski? I have a couple times. I didn't care for it. You know, most people might, but it just didn't click with me. I didn't care for it. Is it possible to explain why something isn't enjoyable? Like, this is not my type of game. I don't seek out games like this that are hard for the sake of being hard. I'm not that guy.
I'm not that guy.
But there is a difference in saying, I don't enjoy this genre. I didn't like this movie because I don't enjoy the horror film genre. It's not the same as commenting on the quality of a game or movie, and it is the quality of gameplay and writing that is in question here with Elden Ring. Now, Elden Ring was written, at least in part, by the beloved author George R.R. Martin. In truth, though, I don't know if either of these words, beloved or author, aptly apply to Georgie here. Now, for the sake of transparency, let me put this out right now. I do have a personal vendetta against this man. Now, most people know George R.R. Martin as the author of the high fantasy book series Game of Thrones, which the talented artists at HBO developed into a popular show. Those a little more informed, or perhaps cursed by knowledge, instead know George R.R. Martin as the author of the high fantasy book series A Song of Ice and Fire, the first book of which is entitled A Game of Thrones. I am one of these unfortunate souls who read this damnable book, and holy shit, it is phenomenal. It was so good, in fact, that I read 4 more of these things. Twice. I even tuned in on the night of the premiere to excitedly watch the debut episode of the HBO series. Imagine my excitement as I heard the news that this amazing story was going to be adapted into a sprawling cinematic epic made by a talented group of artists. So anyway, it was schlock, it's pandering garbage, I fucking hated it, but I guess my hero, George Jar Jar Martin, got a paycheck out of it. You know, well earned for the book series he produced. So what if some jackoff made a porn parody? The book series isn't going anywhere. How little I knew. You see, over the next decade, something amazing happened. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Mr. Jar Jar Martin never released another book after A Dance with Dragons, and you can quote me on that. You can come back to this video after the diabetes catch up to his fat ass, and you can quote me on that. Georgie never released another book in his series, but instead gave his unfinished notes to HBO for some unknown reason, and then just kicked back and did something, not sure what, and they continued to produce schlock. Again, no particular reason why. Right, here's a graph displaying the Ice and Fire books he's released. Notice how nothing happens for 10 years. It looks even worse on this graph. Also, take note of this sad little fucker down here. That's me. That's me sitting here waiting. Just was waiting patiently in anticipation for our eventual showdown, George. But in terms of bias, right? How's this? I'm just bad at the game. Is that a form of bias? Do I only think the mechanics and writing are bad because it is actually I who is bad? And like, this was originally the part of the script where I was going to do the whole, well, I've played hard games before. I played Crash Bandicoot on the goddamn PlayStation phone. Fuck that. I'm not going to do this little credential dance to prove that I have the right to talk about Elden Ring. So no, let's say, for the sake of argument, let's say that I absolutely suck at the game. I am the worst player in history. Does that improve the quality of writing or programming? No, it doesn't.
Yo, it's From Software, and the From Software Defense Squad is gonna fucking come out. Yes. And anything that you say against the game is get good. Is like, what? Character development, story, dialogue, writing, you just fucking get good.
Stop right there. Gamers shouldn't be allowed to criticize games until they've made a game. Well, luckily for you, my fellow traveler, I have designed a game. It sucks. It's garbage. But at least I have your fucking permission now. Okay, now this comment right here, this guy's reasonable. No game is perfect. Elden Ring did not do everything right, because no game has. But it's a masterpiece to this player. The beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and this one's a masterpiece. But seriously, if you like the game, I can't tell you not to. It's not a crime, you're not going to hell for it. At least I don't think. I haven't finished the whole book yet. If it's a good game, then there is nothing that I can do or say that will change that. All that I can do is react to what's set in front of me, the Elden experience that I paid my entry fee to take part in. Of course, what I've seen over a few dozen hours ain't a damn masterpiece. It's not super fun to play, and I don't think that's an accident. This is a game that is built to be lost. The developers did not set out to make a balanced, fine-tuned game, they set out to make a difficult game because it caters to a specific demographic of players who enjoy difficult games. The end result is not a well-crafted difficult game, but a game that derived its difficulty from poor craftsmanship, and players who enjoy difficulty for difficulty's sake will still enjoy it as a result. I'm not that guy.
I'm not that guy!
I do not enjoy playing unfun games, and I play fucking Minesweeper for fun. I want the games that I play to present a challenge, but competent craftsmanship has to come first. If you're watching a film, you can say, yes, I recognize that this is a dramatic or suspenseful scene, but I think the way that you created the drama is weak. In the same way, I of course recognize that Elden Ring is difficult, but I think that the way they created the difficulty is sloppy. The fact that Elden Ring is hard does not make it bad, but by the same token, the fact that Elden Ring is hard does not make it good. The first Ratchet & Clank game is significantly harder than the second. A big part of that is the improved functionality for the second game. Better controls, the strafe system, the game pausing while you change weapons. I see all of these as direct improvements, and the first game is harder by comparison because you are playing a game with weaker functionality. I prefer the difficulty of the first game, but we have to be honest about where the difficulty comes from, and the weaker functionality is a part of that. Mario 64 would be less difficult if the camera was easier to control.
I hate it. I can't turn the camera.
If somebody were to say, I like to play Mario 64 because it's difficult, you would be deriving satisfaction from the bad aspects of its design. Difficulty can absolutely be derived from poor game design. The game is not unfun because it's hard, it's unfun because it's bullshit. And it is hard because it is bullshit. Remember those shitty rare enemies from Mists of Pandaria, formerly the worst expansion of World of Warcraft? I remember these fuckers. They function almost like bosses, having a hefty health pool and these telegraphed area of effect attacks, which would, in most cases, kill you in a single strike. The idea was you needed to immediately get out of the telegraphed area in order to avoid instant death. The problem was you could still be hit by the ability even if you're out of the danger zone, and as a consequence, just killed instantly. Like, anybody who fought these guys knows what I'm talking about. You kinda had to fucking be there. They felt like shit. Again, you would see the telegraph and move out of the way, but that just didn't work half the time. You really had to be there. I can't even properly describe how shitty it felt. What caused this? Is it a wonky hitbox or just the intrinsic ambient latency? I mean, an MMO, an online game of this scale, simply isn't built to handle these split-second dodge rolls. Dodge rolls? But whatever the cause, this is a little something I like to call
bullshit.
Why is it difficult? Because it's bullshit. Why isn't it fun? Because it's bullshit. You wanted to make something difficult, but didn't really know how, so you just added an instant kill mechanic that affects you if you fail to dodge something that you cannot see. Why would you do this? Did you not playtest this stuff? Wonder why this wolf has a sword in its mouth. Probably no reason. Now, credit where it's due, this is far worse than anything in Elden Ring. At least probably. But this idea came from somewhere. If you set out to make a difficult encounter and know that there exists a sizable demographic of people who enjoy unfair fights, you are not incentivized to get this encounter in working order. In fact, you're incentivized to do the opposite. After all, if it's hard to beat, regardless of the reason that it's hard, there are people who will enjoy it. So let's cater to them. Now, the shit I just said about the fake Dark Souls encounters also applies to the real Elden Ring encounters. I'm shown on screen what can and cannot kill me, I move away from the thing that will kill me, and it kills me anyway. Now, what caused this? Is it a wonky hitbox? Well, it's a consequence of how the game is built. Here's this. Frame by frame, my sword pierces this bastard's gut, but the attack does not register. While playing, it feels like you encounter plenty of these moments throughout any given fight, and when a fight ultimately ends like this, it's hard not to feel robbed. This attack that didn't connect? That would have procced blood loss. That could have turned the tide of the entire fight. In fact, landing one more hit would have won me the fight. And it's not just this particular fight or clip that's ruined the experience, this is just one that I happen to have recorded. It's that moments like this permeate the experience. Whether or not you have these particular instances recorded to verify when an attack should or should not have connected, the end result is the same. We know that it happens and it's irritating. It's not fun to play. If you want to know how somebody could not enjoy this game, shit like this. It's not conducive to a positive experience. It's frustrating, but that's the game working as intended. My goodwill for this game is drained so thin from the game working as intended that I can't give it the benefit of the doubt when it's not working as intended. When everything feels like bullshit and then you encounter actual broken bullshit, how are you supposed to differentiate it? What really makes a clip like this different from this or this? One would expect that you would want to avoid attacks to avoid taking damage, but the very opposite is true. Avoiding the attack has no bearing on whether you take damage or not. The role is strictly an animation that's playing while your character becomes invulnerable to damage. Here's this one. This guy telegraphs his red attack, which one might reason suggests that it's time for me to get out of his area of effect. So I do, where I try my best, and going frame by frame, I can see now that I did not quite make it out. This attack is just absurdly large. And even with a massive head start, I could not hope to make it out in time. Well, that's just me playing wrong. Instead of trying to, avoid the thing, I should just roll at the right time. I can still be standing in the area of effect. The attack can absolutely connect with my character model, but because I'm in the fetal position, nothing can hurt me. Just like real life. For a certainty, you could review my footage and advise me that I dodged at the wrong time to avoid taking damage, that any move can technically be avoided. I get that. But that's not the problem. If I'm standing in this spot, the trolley will hit me. If I were standing in this exact same spot, but halfway through a roll animation, I would not take damage. That's fucking stupid. That's a lousy way to design a combat system. This over-reliance on stiff animation is a problem with a lot of games, but Elden Ring has bigger issues. The bosses in this game are built of pure spectacle. They're typically large, grotesque monsters of some sort that move in unnatural and unpredictable ways, lunging from the sky or suddenly doing whatever this is. I guess wind hurts me. They're really big and they have really big attacks with really big hitboxes because it looks impressive.
Dude, it's so cool.
I don't really believe that a lot of thought was put into crafting attacks that make logical sense, mesh with the arena that the battles are set in, and create unique and interesting opportunities for the player to avoid or counter them. Rather, we're presented with large enemies for shock value who used oversized and obtuse attacks that defy expectation, because that makes it challenging. And the overcoming of the challenge presented is less about recognizing obstacles in front of you and reasoning a way through them, but more about using meta-knowledge to make yourself exempt from receiving damage despite being physically hit by the obstacles you'd ideally be trained to avoid. Because instead of actually dodging attacks, you need to clip through them at the proper time using the invincibility frames afforded to you by hitting the roll button. In a fighting game, you can work in a mechanic like this. Like, Smash operates in a two-dimensional space. I can rationalize that Ganondorf is sidestepping the Falcon Kick on the Z-axis, because I can visibly see that he's not dodging on the X or Y axis. But Elden Ring operates in a three-dimensional space and does not have this luxury. I can see full well that my character dove directly into an oncoming strike and clips through it. And let me be clear, I'm not arguing for realism here. I'm of the opinion that this game design philosophy is cheap. Making this the central focus of combat is what gives you, as a developer, the liberty to throw out attacks in any shape or size that you want. It doesn't matter how the attack functions, the player will have to find a way to exempt themselves from damage. And the players apparently derive satisfaction from finding a way, regardless of how sloppily the fight is put together. This incentivizes developers not to care. It is no longer incumbent on the developer to work on making the fight playable, but for the player to do the legwork instead. The developer's only responsibility is to make sure that the boss encounters are intimidating, to focus on the spectacle. Now, the idea of a player being in charge of finding a solution works just fine in certain contexts, randomly generated puzzle games for instance. I am really bothered though by the time investment necessary to overcome the careless game design. In other words, it's fucking boring.
Scott. It's a little bit extreme.
Okay, hold on. Let's calm down here. That's not strictly true. I could more accurately describe it as annoying, which gives way to tedium, which then becomes, yeah, fucking boring. A fair amount of this is theory crafting about how the game is made, but this is a consequence of how the game plays. You step into an arena, you see a big enemy, you wait for them to use some wacky move that kills you instantly, and then you sit through a 32-second loading screen to try again. And after you've been killed for the 8th time by the same move, you've possibly learned that you can clip through it during a certain frame. It's all trial and error, and you're meant to spend hours doing this until you've memorized every frame of the boss's animations. Beyond the visuals and music becoming stale in the process, it doesn't feel good to play. The, oh, of course that hit me moments are vastly outnumbered by the how did that hit me moments. And the devs are painting these hitboxes with such a broad brush that it only highlights how dependent the combat system is on the invincibility mechanic. You begin to see through it. You begin to realize the difficulty that is the emphasis of the combat is exactly what's keeping the tires spinning. Once you realize this, it's easy to tune out. It's this mass amount of downtime that allows the wandering mind to begin writing shit like this.
We're breaking the conditioning! Ah!
The difficulty in this game is akin to a bad Mario Maker level. It's not bad because it's hard because it's bad. If you can't, or just don't want to, play this repeatedly a few dozen times until you memorize the frame data of every moving object, that probably means you're simply not good enough at Mario.
Sorry.
This design philosophy predictably bleeds into other aspects of the game. The platforming, for example, is atrocious. Why is the sprint forward button the same button as the jump backwards and kill yourself button? These controls feel great in combat, I'll give you points there, but they're atrocious when it comes to the platforming. So, why include platforming like this if it hardly functions? Why? Because it's hard. Who cares if it's any good? It's hard. Your first time playing the game, you'll probably notice these skulls laying around which serve as a container of basic currency, a standard convention in all sorts of games, but you begin to see immediately that, unlike any other game of the past 30 years, it's a pain in the ass to pick up the basic currency. You went out of your way to build physics into, of all things to assign a precise hitbox to. Why this? Just to inconvenience the player? Like that has to be your intention, right? One might begin to think that the devs don't see these piss-poor mechanics as flaws, but as features. And why not? If it's hard to pick up a freaking coin, and our player base loves hard things, again, we wouldn't want to streamline the player's experience with sensible design decisions. We would rather have them go, whoa, this part of the game is so hard. Are we noticing a pattern here? The determination to establish difficulty at all costs comes with a consequence. Immersion. When the difficulty overtakes all else, it doesn't feel like you're fighting against the bosses. It feels like you're fighting against the game. So anyway, if it's not going to be fun, it can at least have a good story, right? Elden Ring tells a multi-layered story told in fragments. What? What? What does that mean? What is a fragmented story? Did you have a whole story, but you dropped it on the floor and it broke? It's just fragments now? There's a piece that rolled under the fridge. Is that your excuse? Did Winds of Winter roll under the fridge? It lacks a plot and characters, and it's the product of a cultural crisis. Now, about 50 hours into the game, 50 hours, I developed a little hypothesis. Elden Ring has no story. A bit hyperbolic, perhaps, but it's just a hypothesis at this point, to be proven or disproven pending the results of investigation. But I gotta tell you, the outlook is a little grim. Part of the problem is the use of jargon. Now you might think, that's a funny sounding word, what does that mean? Well, that's just it. Let's say, for example, I was telling you about my day at work, and I said, I used the contact BNA to look up the sub site data in TDS. You might stop me midway through and say, hey, hold on, what's a BNA? What does TDS mean? What site? See, instead of using plain language, I'm using jargon. Language or vocabulary that only pertains to a particular trade, or unintelligible or meaningless talk. That's this game to a fucking T. Characters, if we can call them that, will talk and talk and talk, often very slowly, with liberal use of jargon, because the writers want to create a sense of depth and immersion, but aren't actually skilled enough to do so, if we can even give them that much credit. Middle school level. Yeah, that is about where we're at, isn't it? But let me give you a good example of jargon in this game. Now, this character, Headless Jellyfish Girl, is telling me about her profession.
I feel like I'm really coming to grips with spirit tuning of late. I can see how and why immortal essence exists.
Now, the use of a term like immortal essence is pure jargon, both to me, the player, and the player character. We don't know what she's talking about, but this is appropriate in this context, because she is specifically describing to us information that she has knowledge of. We don't need to know what immortal essence is. She's telling us that she knows what it is, and this is communicated to us effectively.
Master Hugh said it himself, actually, that I'm no mere apprentice any longer.
Again, the term has meaning and relevance to her specifically, and its meaning is not actually consequential to the protagonist or the player. Now, communication begins to break down when things that are of consequence to the player are spoken of with no elaboration to back them up.
How's the de-terraforming going? What is de-terraforming? This is the first I've heard of that.
When a character like this asks me about the collapse of the Golden Order, I have no idea what he's referring to. This is the first I've heard of that. He's asking me questions which are relevant to the topic he's speaking on without telling me what he's talking about. I don't know what you're referring to or why it matters to me, but the game operates as if I understand them despite having offered me nothing to understand. They speak fluent jargon. Earlier, I referred to this character as Headless Jellyfish Girl. Those who have played the game may understand why I call her this. You have some knowledge to understand what I'm referring to. If I were speaking to somebody who has no knowledge of the game, however, they might ask me, why is she Headless Jellyfish Girl? She looks neither headless nor like a jellyfish. It's weird that you would just call her that. See, I'd be speaking about an idea to them with no context to back it up. In this situation, I might want to explain myself to them. Unless, of course, my name rhymed with Elden Ring, in which case I would neither explain nor offer them the opportunity to even ask the question. Instead, I would completely ignore the fact that there was even anything to question. I would pretend that nothing worth questioning even occurred and keep moving. This is a recurring theme throughout the game. Ideas are introduced, events appear to occur, but they are not acknowledged by any character in the game and consequently have no impact or relevance to the story or the characters in it. And notions like these, that events should have causes and effects, that you ought to introduce an idea before expecting it to hold relevance for the audience, that characters should react to things that happen. These are basic fundamental components of writing a story that are absent in much of the game. Again, middle school level stuff. And so I ask, if you failed to hit any of these marks, are you even telling a story?
The fallen leaves tell a story.
The game opens with an introductory cinematic. Just off the top of my head, what do we expect to get out of a good introduction? Firstly, we need to understand the world that the story is set in. The audience is being eased into a world which they know nothing about. We don't know about its past or how it operates, and that would hinder our ability to understand events going forward. We'd also want to know a little bit about the major characters, maybe who they are, what motivates them. And I'll say this now, in case anyone needs to hear it. We should not need an explanation. The opening cutscene should be comprehensible on its own and give us a baseline understanding of the world we're being immersed into. A movie like Mad Max Road Warrior does this excellently. You come away from the intro with everything you need to know, excited to see what's going to unfold next.
My life fades. The vision dims. All that remains are memories. I remember a time of chaos, ruined dreams, this wasted land. But most of all, I remember the road warrior, the man we called Max.
Very quickly, we understand that this story takes place in a chaotic wasteland. There is an important character named Max. Hopefully, we learn more about him and this chaotic wasteland.
To understand who he was, you have to go back to another time, when the world was powered by the black fuel, and the desert sprouted great cities of pipe and steel.
Great, I'd love to understand who he was and learn about the past of this world. That is just the exposition we needed. But before we get into that, let's see how Elden Ring opens.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between.
So what we learn here is that the Elden Ring was shattered in a place called the Lands Between. I don't know what the Elden Ring is, or what is significant about its shattering. I presume, however, that you'll explain both of these things to me.
Now, Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found.
Okay, you have a queen, but she's gone missing. I don't know how that relates to the Elden Ring or it being shattered, but I'm sure this will all be explained soon.
And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
But okay, what is the Knight of the Black Knives? Who is Godwyn the Golden and what makes him significant? How do either this event or character relate to the Queen, the Elden Ring, or its shattering? Why are you mentioning them to me right now?
Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring.
Alright, here's some progress. As a consequence of the Elden Ring being shattered, its shards were claimed by the Queen's children. We now have some understanding of the impact of that event, this being the first line that actually ties into another line that came before it. I still don't know what that means to the world or what the Elden Ring is, aside from a physical object that was smashed by a physical hammer as shown earlier. I'm sure each of the ring's physical shards will be important later in the video.
The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose.
Okay, this is pretty straightforward. It's a familiar concept.
Great cities of pipe and steel. Gone now, swept away. For reasons long forgotten, two mighty warrior tribes went to war and touched off a blaze which engulfed them all.
Both stories involve a great war destroying the previous order. Hey, a perfectly good way to set a story.
Their world crumbled. The cities exploded. A whirlwind of looting. A firestorm of fear.
With this, we now understand the history of the world that Road Warrior is set in. All of the information that we needed was provided to us. Questions were offered by the movie, and then answered by the movie.
Only those mobile enough to scavenge, brutal enough to pillage, would survive. The gangs took over the highways, ready to wage war for a tank of juice.
We even have a full understanding of the present as well. This chaotic wasteland setting that was referenced earlier has now been explained to us. We started with a blank slate, and now we know plenty about the world and its history, and we're just about ready to experience the coming story. What can we say about Elden Ring, though? We know that there was a queen, and the single thing we know about her is that she went missing. No additional information is given, and we don't know why this was mentioned to us. We know that sometime after she disappeared, there was a Knight of the Black Knives, but we don't know what makes this significant or how it relates to the previous line. We know that somebody named Godwin was killed, but we don't know who he is, why his death matters, or how he relates to the earlier events. We don't even know why he was mentioned.
A war leading to abandonment by the greater will.
We now know that there was an abandonment by the greater will. This is jargon. The line is delivered as if we're supposed to understand what the greater will is or why this matters, but we don't because this is the first it's been mentioned. The line means nothing to us because it comes with no setup, just like the Queen, the Knives, and Godwin. We know that the Elden Ring was shattered, but we don't know what the Elden Ring is. And none of these ideas will be referenced again throughout the remainder of the introduction. Every one of these questions will go unanswered.
And in this maelstrom of decay, ordinary men were battered and smashed. Men like Max, the warrior Max. In the roar of an engine, he lost everything.
Meanwhile, the Road Warrior opening is still delivering necessary information to us, working to resolve every open question that it presented. The Elden Ring opening does not do this.
Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all.
At the midway point, it takes a hard turn away from every single unresolved topic previously introduced, opting to present even more new information with no context. The line, "Arise now, ye tarnished," means nothing to us. Who is speaking? Who are they speaking to? What are tarnished? What is the long-lost call of grace, and what does it mean for it to be speaking to all of us? Not a single one of these will be answered. Instead, the next 60 seconds are devoted to listing off a series of names that have no meaning to us. No information is given about who they are, why they matter, or why they're being referenced.
Fear, the deathbed companion, the loathsome dung-eater.
The what? No, hold on. You're not just gonna name drop Stinky Shit Eater and keep moving like you didn't say that. It's like, what the fuck? Who? What?
And one other, whom grace would again bless. A tarnished of no renown.
And now the player character is introduced. I like how they work this into the opening in this way, but unfortunately, I can't commend anything else here.
Across the fog to the lands between, to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
Wait, hold on. This is diegetic? A character in the world, in universe, is speaking to us and addressing my character directly? This has all been dialogue spoken to the player character. Who? Okay, who? Who's speaking? Why did you ramble off a bunch of names of people I don't know? Did you mean to impart any actual knowledge upon the person that you're speaking to? And that aside, can we talk about the final line, the, I suppose, assignment that's been given to us? Go and find the Elden Ring and become the Elden King? We still don't know what any of these terms mean. What is an Elden King? Why does it matter to me? Up until the final line, new ideas are being introduced with no surrounding context. Remember that. Road Warrior, by comparison, wraps up everything in a nice bow, giving us a complete character portrait of the protagonist and sending us on our way toward their gripping story.
A man haunted by the demons of his past. A man who wandered out into the wasteland. And it was here, in this blighted place, that he learned to live again.
That final line, ooh, man, I love this shit. It's so good. It's chilling. It's exciting. It's uplifting all at once. I cannot wait to see the adventure that's in store for me now. But compare this to Elden Ring.
Stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
These words mean nothing to us and instill no excitement as a result, much like the rest of the opening. Some 15 ideas and characters have been presented to us and left entirely undeveloped. No information has been delivered to us save the fact that a war once took place on this continent and that there is currently not a queen. At least 6 names were referenced with no explanation as to who they are or why they matter, and one of them is named the Stinky Shit Eater. It's no wonder the videos like this pop up on YouTube. Elden Ring's exposition is delivered so poorly that it requires its own exposition. Coming into Road Warrior, you know what the world is and how it came to be. You know who the protagonist is and how they came to be. All of this perfectly sets the stage as the curtains are lifted. There's a reason there aren't explained videos for Mad Max, because it's a competently told story, and concise as well. Elden Ring's opening is about 90 seconds longer than Road Warrior's, but has nothing to show for it. You can't compare this to a movie, they're totally different. Like hell I can't, I just fucking did. A narrative is a narrative, and there are standards that apply to it. But fine, let's compare it to another game. Here's Oblivion's opening cutscene.
I was born 87 years ago. For 65 years, I've ruled as Tamriel's emperor.
Very quickly, we're introduced to a character, provided a timeline, informed about the setting of this tale, the continent of Tamriel. Already, we know that Tamriel has an emperor, being this particular guy.
But for all these years, I've never been the ruler of my own dreams. I have seen the gates of oblivion, beyond which no waking eye may see.
What is that? What is Oblivion?
Behold.
Oh, that's Oblivion.
In darkness, a doom sweeps the land.
I love how we're presented this line about doom sweeping across the land and then given this like complimentary visual, the realm of Oblivion being juxtaposed against Tamriel with this quick cut.
This is the 27th of last seed, the year of Akatosh 433. These are the closing days of the Third Era and the final hours of my life.
This is an effective opening. You understand what's being said, these aren't difficult concepts to grasp, and they're being introduced and explained to us plainly. Concluding with this satisfying line in the main theme, it's textbook stuff. The worst you could argue is that it's generic, and these PS3 graphics haven't aged too well. Maybe you'd call it corny. Sure, whatever. Oblivion can be corny. But it's an effective introduction. We're introduced to Tamriel and its emperor. We're given some information about him, his age, his tenure, and his abilities. He set up a simple but transparent portrait of the present, all the way down to the date. Every subject that's brought up in this introduction is commented on and explained within it. Anything that warrants a further level of exploration is also present in the story to come, which we've now been thoroughly prepared for. All of this in just 60 seconds. Comparatively, Elden Ring spends 60 seconds prattling off a rogue's gallery of names that have no value to the audience, while Oblivion uses its time to set the stage for the story about to unfold. Again, we don't need Oblivion intro cutscene explained, because it handles its own business. Similar to the combat design, the developers of Elden Ring do half a job and then leave the heavy lifting to the fans. Would you like me to do Dragon Age next?
The Chantry teaches us that it is the hubris of men which brought the Darkspawn into our world.
What is that? Who are the Darkspawn? I hope we find out soon.
The mages had sought to usurp heaven, but instead, they destroyed it.
The concept of heaven is introduced and we're told that it's been destroyed. Unlike the Elden Ring, which is also introduced and destroyed in a single line, we have an understanding of who did this act and why, and we're about to find out why it matters.
They were cast out, twisted and cursed by their own corruption. They returned as monsters, the first of the Darkspawn.
And just like that, we have both a consequence and resolution of the destruction of heaven, and an answer to the earlier question of who the Darkspawn are. Do you see how all of these lines actually matter, provide us information, and relate to one another? That's because it's a story, and not a list of bullet points. It's not written by people who have the mental faculty of rodents.
The Dwarven kingdoms were the first to fall, and from the deep roads, the Darkspawn drove at us again and again, until finally we neared annihilation.
Now we get a straightforward account of events leading up to the present, as the Darkspawn invade the world. An order rise up called the Grey Wardens, and they battle the Darkspawn. Once they're defeated, the world grows complacent.
We have watched and waited for the Darkspawn to return. But those who once called us heroes have forgotten. We are few now, and our warnings have been ignored for too long.
We know the past, we understand the present. You know where I'm going here. Anything that you needed to know going into the world is provided to you up front. If you had any lingering questions about mages or the Chantry, you were in luck. Their conflict undergirds the entire story. I cannot say the same about Godric or whatever his name was. What makes this line work?
The Dwarven kingdoms were the first to fall.
And this line not work?
Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
Well, the reference to the dwarves falling comes after a threat was introduced, being the Darkspawn. You have context. It's a continuation of the previous line, which leads into the next, sequentially telling a story. The same is not true about the knives or whatever. We hear best narrative and assume that a game should be linear and have dialogue-driven cutscenes. But when your world building is as god tier as this, it deserves to be recognized. God tier world building. Your prime vehicle for building your world should be your introduction, and it was completely squandered here. Elden Ring's intro explained in under 5 minutes. You know what else is under 5 minutes and should explain Elden Ring's intro? Elden Ring's own fucking intro. There's an argument floating around that if you need YouTube lore dumps to understand the story, then maybe it's not the best representation of video game storytelling. If you need... Oh, there's an argument, alright. If I have to look up a guide online to tell me what the intro cutscene says, then why would I need to even watch the intro cutscene? Why not just skip it and only watch the YouTube video? So what change would I make to the opening cinematic of Elden Ring? Well, for starters, you could just not include it. In its present state, it adds nothing. You could just skip it and it would change nothing about your experience with the game because you are told nothing. If you're over here doing this shit but haven't heard the name Brilliant Goldmask before, what changes? Nothing, because nothing was provided to you except for a name. Like, the Knight of Black Knives sure sounds important, but it's just mentioned in passing. Everything in this cutscene is just mentioned in passing. You're delivered a vague list of ideas and names and bullet points. It is immaculately vague. So one big thing I change about this cutscene, the list of names. You can't just hit me with the "Rise up, Stormcloaks," and then spit out names and not elaborate on any of it. Ideally, I just cut it. But let's try to make it work. Somewhat late in the game, you encounter this scene.
Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania.
At first I rolled my eyes because I'm hearing another list of names that have no value to me, but then this happened.
General Radahn. Praetor Rykard. Lunar Princess Ranni. Willful traitors. All.
Yes! Woo! This changes everything. We have a character elaborating on the significance of these names, who and what they are, and giving us an understanding of who he is, through the way he speaks about them. The camera panning past the empty seats while he monologues tells a story in itself, wrapped up nicely with just 3 little words.
Willful traitors.
all. Yes! Yes! Suddenly, I care. I care about what this character thinks of these characters. It's not only more informative, but more impactful than the opening cutscene. If you watch this cutscene instead of the opening cutscene, you'd come into the game with a better understanding of the story and its characters. Hell, let's say that this was the opening cutscene. You could even follow it with...
And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
If you first establish the idea that there are traitors afoot, suddenly the mention of assassinations holds weight. The audience can infer, rightly or wrongly, that these two ideas are possibly related. Perhaps the narrator even wants you to think one way or the other. They are a character, after all. And if you're going to keep the reference to Godwyn, perhaps add a line after that to tell us what was the consequence of his death. If he was the defender of the Elden Ring, or he's the head of the church or something, mention that. I can't really touch on this because I don't know who he is. The Dragon Age intro is actually similar enough that you could reasonably graft Elden Ring's lore onto its structure to have yourself a decent intro. You've got a divine power being seized by a greedy cabal, and this unleashes devastation on the world. So you can keep the
fallen leaves tell a story.
The fallen leaves tell a tale. It was the demigods, the offspring of Queen Marika, who sought the power of the Elden Ring. Then explain the consequence of this. Tell us about the Elden Ring, how it matters, tell us about some characters, willful traitors all, and then give us a reason to care by referencing a murder in the wake of this revelation. And another piece of advice, maybe don't have two different things that are referred to as the Shattering. It's a little easy to confuse the shattering of the Elden Ring with the Shattering, the war from which no lord arose. Just rudimentary stuff. Do all that, and then I'll let you have it. You can still do the
Rise up, Stormcloaks!
Tarnished, go now and seek the Golden Ring. But of course, we don't get any of that. We get an unknown character delivering fragmented trivia that has no value to the person he's speaking to.
Across the fog to the lands between, to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
So I hear all this, and then I wake up in a church, and I have to go fight a demon of some kind. I don't know where I am, how, or why, but whatever. I guess that's an acceptable setup. What isn't acceptable is how this fight ends. Well, this is it. We're past the intro, and this is the caliber of cutscenes that we are dealing with in-game. This is your first impression to the in-game storytelling, and I use that term very loosely. Could you not be bothered to animate a cutscene? The last one may have been a PowerPoint, but this is literally nothing. This looks atrocious, and again, we're still in first impression territory here. This should be you putting your best foot forward. Remember the classic bar fight scene from Red Dead, the one that goes...
You want some too, huh?
Even the new Pokemon game could assemble a decent falling down a cliff scene, but this is what passes for a scene transition in Elden Ring. You've probably heard of visual storytelling before, but this is something new. This is audio storytelling. You probably haven't heard of it. Of course, it'd be a bit much to call any of this storytelling from the intro cutscene to here to the next 100 hours. And if you think that I'm being lazy by not including a visual here, you'd unfortunately be mistaken. The game actually does hard cut from a boss fight to 48 seconds of blank screen. Like, we may not even be halfway through this yet. And what exactly happens here? Aside from the fact that the enemy doesn't hit me, I always assumed that the floor gave out beneath us and I fell through, but that can't be right. Surely the crab demon or whatever would have fallen with me. It sounds more like I fell down a waterfall. Did you cut to black because you had no feasible way to move this fight to a waterfall in order to tell the story you wanted? My dude, you just started. You could have set this fight anywhere. You chose to set it here, and then the next thing I see is that I'm at the bottom of a cave. See, we have a character outside of a church, and in the next scene we need them to be in a cave. How do we accomplish that? Well, naturally, you just cut to black, play a sound effect of a waterfall, and then, yeah, that should do it. Point A logically leads to point B. Then, I mean, did you hear the waterfall?
I am Melina.
A little later on, we formally meet Melina.
I offer you an accord.
Two characters joining forces to work toward a common goal, even if their, end goals may not ultimately align, and only time will reveal that to us. It's a solid starting point. It's the same basic formula as Ratchet & Clank's story.
I agree to take you to this wherever it is, and you get my ship started for me?
That is what I'm proposing.
You can't compare the story of a platformer to the story of an RPG. That's not a fair comparison. You're right. It's not a fair comparison. The RPG has a fucking leg up in this case, and it should be an absolute blowout. In the same way that a silly, cartoonish platformer can set a plot in motion, introduce characters, establish their personalities, create stakes, consequences for characters' actions, reactions from other characters, I'm sure we'll see the exact same level of effort and care put into the characters introduced to us during our adventure in Elden Ring.
This way, Tarnished. May I have a word?
People like Renna.
A pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Renna. I'd heard tell of a Tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed, and upon looking into the matter, the talk I surmise is of thee. Thou art possessed of the power, no? To call forth the spectral steed named Torrent.
Yep, that's me.
As I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee, by Torrent's former master.
Alright, sweet. I've been given a magic bell because my magic goat horse, Torrent, must have belonged to somebody important before now. Well, alright, that's very interesting. I am genuinely curious who owned him before and why he's important. I sure hope this isn't the final time anybody mentions Torrent's former master. But anyway about it, I'm looking forward to learning more about this Renna character too. It's cool to meet yet another vague character with mysterious motivation.
How long will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished tire of obeisance to the two fingers?
Okay, now getting serious, I can't stress enough how enjoyable the first couple hours of this game can be. Needing to explore, battle my way through dungeons, scrape together some equipment, getting to meet these characters with so much potential, getting excited about the story that's being laid out. We have so many interesting avenues in place for a story to unfold, but none of it pays off in any way. Instead, we continue to have new characters sloppily dropped into the story periodically with no introduction, who in their own right love to hint at some new subplot setup, which also amounts to nothing and has no payoff. The only moments that we'll get later in the game that resemble a payoff come without any form of setup. So as I mentioned earlier, we meet this fellow in a ramshackle hut in the woods, and he asks,
"Are you here in the lands between to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order?"
And of course, I don't have any idea what he's talking about, but again, as this is the beginning of the story, now is the time to introduce new ideas to us. These lines aren't here to test our knowledge, but to provide it to us, a rare delicacy in this game. Through lines of dialogue like these,
"Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring,
the audience is formed that we are in the lands between. I don't know what we're between, but we also learn that there's something called a Golden Order and that it collapsed.
Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse of the Golden Order?
I don't know yet what relation the faith in the guidance of grace has to the Golden Order, and why this collapse would have any bearing on either the guidance of grace or my trust in it. Worse, how does that first line of dialogue tie into the second at all? And this guy is actually asking us a question about something we only just now learned exists. The cracks are beginning to show. Now, at least there is a logical answer here being, I don't know, because we don't know. At this point in the story, we'd have no fucking clue what he's talking about, so I'm glad that I don't know was an option. this is a good thing. This is a good way to introduce new information and a fair way to ask a question. And it's beyond welcome in my eyes, especially when you realize how few and far between multiple choice questions actually are in this game. But one thing that bothers me is back in that first line. Are you here to take up the fight? What fight? What do you mean take up the fight? Is there a fight going on? After playing through the entire game, I've still got no idea what fight this character is referring to. There doesn't appear to be many people fighting. Do you mean the little tournament over in Radahn's castle? Surely not. Is there some sort of war going on right now? You don't ever see one. You don't ever see any armies clashing. The Knights of the Round Table aren't sieging the capital. What fight here is so grand that it's the first thing you ask somebody when you meet them? If you showed up somewhere that looks like this and somebody asks, you here to take up the fight? You'd know what they're talking about. But my dude, you're just standing in the woods. It's pretty damn peaceful. See, in a moment like this, you really ought to have dialogue options. Just a few would go a long way. You'd ask, Golden Order? Or take up the fight? And he might reply with, yeah, there's this castle with this jackass named Godric inside. He's a bad dude. And then tell me something about the evil shit he gets up to. Give me a reason to take up a fight. Or he'd say, yes, a fight for the Elden Ring. A struggle against the demigods who have conquered this world. You know, he could say things that add to the world building or fucking something. I don't know, I'm just spitballing over here. But this is a problem every NPC has in this game, an inability to actually engage with them and learn anything from them. You don't actually get to ask questions of NPCs, you only get to take in information that they decide to tell you, which is often not informative at all, but instead only brings more questions to mind which you will never get answers for. Unless you look it up online. Now, I don't doubt for a second that some Elden Ring superfan could explain to me what some of these characters in the game are rambling about, and I want to make it very clear that I don't care what you can explain to me. It's not your job to explain the game's story to me. It's the game's job to explain its own story. It's the developer's job to tell their story using their game, and a terrible job is done here. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that the developers are knowingly foisting the responsibility of storytelling onto the player base. I don't really think that's beneath them. And being fair, this isn't an inherently malevolent tactic. The community obviously plays a big part in the experience of the game, for better or worse. Unique online play that loosely connects you to others. What does that mean? It's loosely connected? Sorry guys, I'd love to hop on Elden Ring, but my connection is on a little too tight. I dislike a lot about the online features. Obviously the invasions are irritating, but I have problems that run a little deeper than that. It's actually nice to be able to play with friends, explore the world together, because the world is beautiful. The environments look great. Until they don't. This looks like shit. That's not a joke. This actually looks like the contents of a litter box. Why would you do this to your environment? There is absolutely nothing more immersion breaking than a bunch of player-created crap unnaturally strewn all over the place. It's beyond distracting, it's insulting. The blood too, look how fucking ugly this looks. And it just pops in mid-combat. Did you really need to animate the blood? Did the developers really call a meeting together like, yeah, we threw these ugly fucking bloodstains all over the place, but I'm afraid players won't notice them. Sure, they look completely unnatural and look out of place in any environment you put them in. You couldn't miss them if you wanted to. But I think we can make it worse. We can make them like glow and fucking piddle around and shit. And that should work, sir. I'm thinking maybe we should also add in giant fucking ghosts of other players that serve no purpose but to distract and annoy you. Like, yeah, I fucking know that another player has walked through this hallway before. It's a fucking hallway in a dungeon. I assumed people have walked here before. Why is this a feature? I'm kind of busy trying to play through the dungeon myself. I'm peeking around every corner, keeping an eye out for super gremlins, and you felt it was necessary to program in a feature where a useless ghost jump scares me. You have adapted in all of the absolute worst features of online play from MMOs. Why not add in gold spammers and mailbox dancers too at this point? Just go all out. Seek fire, then praise the sleep. I hate these. It's a stupid fucking thing, but this message system just gets on my last nerve. It's like reading poetry written by a toddler. I don't fucking know. So anyway, I just turned the multiplayer shit off because, again, these environments are gorgeous. Every zone has a unique personality that differentiates it from the rest, and the transitions from each area feel natural. Character models too usually look great. Like the character creator is nice aside from some questionable choices, but I'm happy with how my character turned out. Look at her, she's cute as hell. And the map looks great too, actually. Weird thing here, but I love maps. I'm a sucker for good maps. Santa Claus brought me a puzzle for Christmas. It's a puzzle of the map of the state of Texas, and it's a fridge magnet too. This is so cool. So yeah, this map's lovely. Until it's not. You've got this massive fucking tumor of a zone taking up nearly a third of the damn map, and it feels completely pasted on. It's a damn eyesore. It actually ruins the map. This bulbous lump is over a third of the landmass. I get that it's a mountain and needs a slope, but you couldn't put some work into... Who am I kidding? Really, of all the times to lean on realism, why here? You were fine giving us a steep cliff in Liurnia, but here, look! The slope of this ugly-ass mountain is over 5 times the size of the playable area of this zone. How is that possible? And while I'm on my high horse, can we talk about the frame rate thing? It doesn't happen super often, but it's really distracting when it does. Character animations will just play at this crappy frame rate, and it's mostly the bats. The bats are the main offender here. Maybe just don't include the bats if you couldn't get them to look good. They really take away from the beauty of the game. I'm pulled right out of the world when I'm reminded that some creatures live at 5 FPS. And I don't think the game would really... oh. What's this? Yeah, another reason to not bother with online features. I'm not even connected to another player. If I were to lose connection, could you not just... Now you see him, now you don't, disable the cat shit? Why do I need to go back to the main menu? But same deal, if you decide on your own to switch your online settings, you have to load in, change your settings, load out, and then load back in. That or restart your game, which may honestly be quicker than dealing with these loading screens. I guess that's one consequence of the graphics, the loading screens. I usually don't care about load times, I usually don't even notice loading screens, but it's impossible not to be acutely aware of Elden Ring's oppressive load times. Let's take another game on the PS4 that's got gorgeous graphics and environments. Ghost of Tsushima. Here it takes about 10 seconds to load into a new location. When I recorded these clips, the longest load time I had was 11 seconds. Compare this to Elden Ring's high end of 38 seconds. I went through over 100 of my Elden Ring videos and timed a total of 50 loading screens. Here's the data. This makes up over 20 minutes total of loading screens. We have a couple as short as 15 seconds and one that reached all the way up to 38 seconds. The average load time is about 25 seconds, which is also the most common load time for Elden Ring. And Ghost of Tsushima is all the way down here at 10 seconds on average. Any inconvenience caused by these long load times is only exacerbated by their frequency. If you decide that you want to adjust your online settings, you're going to sit through 3 loading screens back to back. This is aggravating on its own, and with 25 seconds per loading screen, Elden Ring is now on par with Red Dead 2's monster startup loading screen at 75 seconds. The key difference being that in Red Dead, you're only going to encounter that big loading screen a single time on startup. Now think about it. When do you encounter Elden Ring's loading screens? Every time you die. And I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but that happens a lot in this game. And not only are you treated to one of these lovely loading screens, but every death is accompanied as well by the extended death animation, clocking in at just over 9 seconds before the loading screen begins. Now you're looking at a 34-second death timer. When you die to some shit like this, you could sit through 3 Ghost of Tsushima loading screens before you even get to resume the game. And it gets worse. When you die in Ghost of Tsushima, the game takes a reduced 5 seconds to load and respawn you, compared with Elden Ring's 25 seconds. Of course, this game has a death animation as well, which takes about 6 seconds. I had one as short as 3, one as long as 9, but 6 seconds appears to be the norm. So taking that into account, we've got a death timer of 11 seconds in Tsushima versus Elden Ring's 34 seconds. Red Dead works similarly. You have that monster loading screen up front, but don't have to deal with many more during the game. With death animations and load times both factored in, Red Dead's death timers are at about 25 seconds. A little on the long side, yes, but context does also matter here. How often do you really die in the overworld on Red Dead? You're much more likely to die during a mission. If you do die during a mission, you load, respawn, and are back in the action in 15 seconds, down from the 25-second death timer of the overworld. The same is true for GTA 5, which has a 25-second death timer in the overworld and a 10-second death timer while on a mission. In GTA Online, you have just a 6-second death timer. In Red Dead Online, you have between 6 and 10 seconds, we'll call it an 8-second death timer. Borderlands 3 has a 19-second death timer. Campaign mode in PS4 Star Wars Battlefront 2 is 9 seconds. Spyro for PS4, 17 seconds. Ratchet & Clank 2016, 5 seconds. Genshin Impact, 16 seconds. Persona 5, 21 seconds. PS4 Uncharted, just 4 seconds. And here's something interesting as well that all of these games have in common. None of them are designed to kill you in the way that Elden Ring is. They aren't marketed on difficulty or shaped around trial and error. Even if you were to die repeatedly in Uncharted, you still wouldn't be subject to several minutes of loading screens. Here's another graph with the exact same information, but in a less convenient form. I don't know why I did this. One would think that in a game which makes death a primary focal point of the experience, that they might want to optimize the mechanics surrounding it, but clearly this wasn't done. I have uploaded 4 videos of my encounters with Malakath, Daedric Lord of the Orcs, which add up to 24 minutes and 58 seconds total. Going through these videos, I found that a combined total of 8 minutes and 19 seconds of this is just downtime. Between staring at loading screens or walking back from the boss fight, this is exactly 1/3 of the total runtime down to the decimal. It's too funny. 1/3 of the game is now being spent not playing the game. Of the 7 fights I have recorded, 1 lasted 2 minutes and 25 seconds. 1 was 2 minutes 35 seconds. 3 minutes 4 seconds, 2:20, 2:44, 1:48. The average comes out to less than 2.5 minutes per boss fight. A short, miserable experience followed by extended downtime. Take a moment. Imagine, if you can, a game that requires you to sit through the Red Dead startup loading screen every time you die. Now imagine that you have to do that every 2.5 minutes. That's Elden Ring. By numbers, this may be the worst performance this game gives, yet it's the central selling point. And moreover, I guess my big question is, what are you loading? I know for a fact that you can reset and respawn every enemy, refill my health, mana, and my potions all in 5 seconds. It happens every time you sit at a site of grace. What is with the loading screens? But let's go back to aesthetics. Adding insult to injury, when you die, the enemies around you don't recognize that you've died and continue to swing their swords at the spot you just last stood in. It looks fucking stupid. Now in Ghost of Tsushima, when Jin is killed, the enemies may still strike him a few times, but as you can see, they're actually reacting to the fact that he's been downed. They cheer and kick him because he no longer poses a threat. This just looks amateur by comparison. It makes it look like the game was programmed by people who don't know what they're doing, or just don't care. And all of this runs through my mind when I see something like this, a lootable item hovering in the air over a deadly cliff. Is this a puzzle? Is there an invisible pathway of some kind that will help me reach that item? It's possible, but knowing the level of craftsmanship on display, there's a good chance it's just a glitch, and I know what's going to happen if I take a leap of faith and turn out to be wrong. So I ignore it and move on. I don't want to lose my runes, and I've got a castle to explore. And as I'm doing so, I enter this room and the door closes behind me. Again, did you mean to add a cutscene here? Why did you do this? Did you not have the budget? Could you not afford to animate a door closing? You really thought we needed a dedicated cue to inform us that the door closed, but you couldn't be bothered to animate it? Like, look at this clip from Resident Evil 5, this little insert shot of some goons busting a hole through the roof to climb through. It's brief, it doesn't interrupt the flow of combat, and it concisely, but cinematically, delivers necessary info to the player about how the dynamics of the fight have changed. But Resident Evil 5 sucks, so this is just bad by default. I mean, just imagine how much more effective this would have been if instead of a brief, competent little insert shot, if instead the screen just faded to black, had no visual, played a sound effect of a zombie going, duh, and then faded back in. I think that's just an objective improvement.
Got it. Just hope he gets here quick.
Duh. But if you're not convinced, here's the 2 original scenes side by side, clearly showing that Elden Ring is the superior game. Yeah, we're still waiting. It took Resident Evil 2 seconds to convey all of the info that it needed to. I hate this so much. It's a stupid fucking thing. What really gets me is that it's completely unnecessary. You didn't need to add this at all. All that you've done is highlight the fact that you didn't have a visual. You drew attention to it by pausing the game for 6.5 seconds to tell me what you didn't animate. You could have just had the door shut behind the character when they enter. But you applied just enough effort to make it awkward and jarring. Why? The attention to detail is so inconsistent. Like this. This is so fucking cool. Some of the sound design in this game is fantastic. Oh man, this sounds great. It's chilling, haunting, atmospheric. It really puts me in the Halloween spirit any time of year. What's this? Oh, it looks like I accidentally turned my music volume all the way down. Let's hear this encounter the way it was intended to be experienced. Oh, it sounds like an absolute auditory mess. And then there's this one, and this one is just a total pet peeve. I'll freely admit that. But I really hate the campfire sound effect. Yeah, it makes my skin crawl. Is that the best you could do? You couldn't come up with anything that sounds better than that? This sounds more like a coffee machine than a campfire. And while we're talking about sound design, the title screen and the main theme, it's got that shitty action movie build up. It's an audio cue that sounds like it's supposed to be paired with a matching visual, but it just isn't. Like, it's supposed to feel like... But I guess it would have taken too much time or effort to animate the title screen, so just use a still image. It'll be fine. There's a reason that Donkey chose to edit his video like this. And not like this. It's because Donkey is creative and understands what's aesthetically pleasing to an audience. But he still gave the game its participation trophy, so what can you do?
Yeah, we all make mistakes.
But anyway, wait, hold on. Alright, so once we're getting up to this bastard, we are really getting out of the early game, and my enjoyment is on a downward trajectory going forward. The best times are, pretty much behind us here. But hey, maybe there's hope, right? Maybe there's hope. See, I met this weird witch lady who told me about the Liurnia School of Witchcraft and Wizardry.
I was exiled from the Academy of Rea Lucaria.
I'm down for that. I'd love to head off to school and learn some magic. But if we're gonna fight some big bosses on the way to school, we gotta bulk up a little. So I found a brand new dungeon, which I have never seen before, and I may honestly be a little bit over-leveled for, but I played through it fresh. And when all was said and done, including one death, which I find fair, even a bit generous, it took me 10 minutes and 58 seconds to complete this dungeon, earning me a whopping 6,563 runes. I would only need to do... So I would only need to do 5 of these to level up once. Now in a game where you'd probably reach the end credits at around level 200, again being generous, well, I don't see 600 to 1,000 dungeons in this game. Based on these numbers, at 3 to 5 dungeons per level, that's what you would need to do. Now in the same amount of time, 10 minutes and 58 seconds, spent grinding in the Gale Dragon Barrow instead of playing the dungeon, I earned 36,160 runes. And with that knowledge, I suddenly have no incentive to play through dungeons. I just earned over 5 times as many runes through repetitive grinding. Here's a graph for a visual. Here's another one. Let this sink in. the optimal way to progress through the game is through grinding as opposed to exploring and adventuring. I hate that, I wish it weren't true, but I can't help that. This is how the leveling system was designed. This is Elden Ring. High rune cost per levels and minuscule rune rewards for dungeons, not to mention the high risk of losing your runes in the process. The only way to progress through the game in sensible time is to find a spot and grind. And look, this isn't the worst grind I've ever seen in a game, it's just, I guess I thought developers had better ideas by now.
They don't.
So what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to get into mage school? I'm gonna pass out from sheer boredom while grinding. How am I gonna do this? I need to get to that school. I need new spells. Right? I think we can all agree there is no feasible way I could get through the entire game using only the default level 1 spell, the Glintstone Pebble. That'd be insane. Yeah, and of course, this spell has its functions. It's quick to fire. You can cast it while moving. You know, mobility is key. Anyway, in a 10-second period, I was able to fire this spell 8 times, dealing 426 damage per shot for a grand total of 3,408 damage over 10 seconds, or 340 damage per second. Now, let's compare that to a spell that you receive much later in the game, the Comet Azure. Over the same 10-second period, this spell could fire twice, dealing a total of 2,876 damage, or 287 DPS. So, in order to deal less damage, all that I had to do was spend almost twice as much mana while standing perfectly still. Okay, good. Well, what about this spell? I know it's from a little earlier in the game, but surely it's got its uses. Over a 10-second period, I was able to land one attack for 1,040 damage, so 104 DPS. But come on, let's not be so stringent here. Let's pretend that the second shot landed during that 10 seconds. I know it didn't, but let's pretend that it did. That would bring the spell up to 208 DPS. Still worse than either of those earlier 2 spells, and also only usable while standing perfectly still for an extended period of time, which is fantastic in any boss fight. Just stand still. This clip doesn't really prove anything, I just find it fucking funny. No, but I hear you. You need to play to your strengths. You've got to play to your strengths. So here I am using a staff that boosts gravity magic. So let's try out a gravity spell. Over the course of 10 seconds, this spell deals 2,814 damage. So 281 DPS. Still significantly worse than the Pebble, even with the added bonus from using a staff that increases this spell's damage. Also, I have to periodically stop and stand still while casting. But if we allowed it 11 seconds, right, for that 4th boulder to land, which dealt 734 damage, that brings this up to 3,548 damage, or 322 DPS over 11 seconds. Still bad. But let's keep advocating for the rock here and pretend that the 4th boulder dealt the full 918 damage that I expected it to deal. That would mean that it would deal 3,732 damage total, or 339 DPS if you round up. It still deals less damage than Baby's first glintstone at the consequence of lost mobility, and only if you coddle it with a gravity boosting staff and just straight up fudge the numbers. But wait, there's more! I found this magma spell, which I didn't even realize that I had until I started making this video, and well, holy shit, this one's actually pretty good. This one dealt 3,787 damage, killing the thing that I've been shooting at in under 10 seconds. Effectively, it's sitting pretty at 378 DPS. It is the one and only spell that I have that has beaten out the Pebble. Unfortunately for it, it does require me to stop moving while casting. It has a very low range and only deals damage like this to enemies who are standing perfectly still. It excels in this particular trial, but finding an application for it out in the world is dubious. So let's recap all this. Of the 3 glintstone spells, the Pebble deals significantly higher DPS than the others, which you receive much later in the game. And the severe penalty that you take in mobility really opens you up to attack. In the time that it takes to cast this once, I could have casted Pebble 4 times, dealt more damage, used only 70% of the mana, and kept moving all the while. In the time that it takes to stand still to cast this once, I could have fired the Pebble 5 times, while moving, and dealt over double the damage. Now, it appears that the gravity spell, right, hits the enemy's fatigue pretty hard, and once you've got an enemy stunned, I guess I can see the utility to switching over to the magma shot, pulling magma at its feet while it can't move. But again, this comes at the cost of mobility, and given that you need to be awfully close to whatever you're fighting in order to actually hit it with these short-range spells like this, I don't know that I recommend it. A few situations could arise in which this spell could come in handy, but overall, this magic system is fucked. This whole progression system is fucked. It's not okay that the default level 1 magic spell still dominates in DPS, mana cost, mobility, fire rate, and versatility. In the early game, I was really looking forward to seeing what sorts of cool new spells I'd get to learn, and I'd grow and become more powerful as I played, but much like the rest of the game, getting my hopes up only led to greater disappointment. A new draconic power is available at the Church of Dragon Communion. The what? This is the first I've heard of this.
Jimmy, this is the first I've heard of that.
What is that? Am I supposed to know what that is? Am I supposed to care? Seek 3 wise beasts. Okay. See, I found a magic turtle right up front here at this tower, but what else am I supposed to do? I've been looking around, but I don't see any other magical beasts. Am I meant to literally comb every inch of this plateau? Run up and down the whole thing like I'm mowing the fucking lawn? I spent nearly half an hour dicking around up here hoping to find a magic chicken or whatever before I realized that I just don't care enough. There's a whole 0% chance that anything in that tower is worth the time I've already invested into this little detour. I could be off in Caelid earning over 3,000 runes per minute grinding, but instead I'm hunting for a magical glowing jackalope for what? Maybe there's a new spell inside? The reward system for this game is skewed in such a way that exploring a little thing like this, which ought to be a fun little adventure, is instead a chore, which is actually a detriment to game progression. And that's not to even comment on the quality of this task here. This isn't a puzzle, this is a time waster, though my perspective may honestly be colored by the futility of the time I've already lost here. Now, there is typically a distinction between mandatory and optional content in a game, but the problem is that grinding is not only mandatory, but it completely overshadows optional content. And any of this content, whether you're exploring a cave or fighting through a castle to get to a boss, ends with the same punishment. Yet another boss fight. Y'all know I'm a big fan of the boss fights in this game. The best thing that you can really hope for while exploring is that maybe you'll encounter a vaguely interesting character.
You were a fine warrior. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place.
Now here's Nefeli, a character that I actually like for no particular reason.
Tarnished, are you? Clearly not one of Godric's lot. I am Nefeli Lu. Tarnished and warrior, like you.
Tragically, however, as seductive and interesting as this character may seem, as much as I want to hear her talk more about the wind...
This grafting of Godric's ill befits a lord. He's tainted the very winds. If you intend to challenge Godric, I ask you call upon me. The winds run foul with his deeds. I'm certain Father would permit me aid the fight.
Nefeli here suffers from the same curse as the rest of the cast. Bad writing. Or at least, minimal writing. Now who would do such a thing? Vagary and Jargon dominate the script as usual. Funny thing here, Nefeli references the wind 3 times in this monologue. Almost like it's significant to her character, maybe it's an important part of the world or the story. But over the course of the next 100 hours, she never mentions it again. She does mention guidance, however. Is that grace? That's what Astonished people are all about, right?
Grace's guidance holds the answers. It will lead you, Tarnished, to the path you are meant to follow.
Yeah, checks out. She and I, and the rest of the Tarnished folks, get to hang out in Roundtable Hold, a place that appears to exist somewhere, and contains people? NPCs, mostly devoid of purpose or personality, mainly as a result of the writing quality. An NPC may have a few lines of opaque dialogue, which rarely, if ever, deliver any needed exposition, and instead serve mainly as an additional showcase of intense jargon or just outright nonsense.
The centipede is an ancient symbol of the curse mark.
This is Fia. She's nice, she gives me hugs. What's there not to love? What's her story?
Before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace.
Ah, she was awakened by Grace and chased away. Wait, how does that follow? Grace can just start gracing you? So she was what? She was just some normal lady, and then Grace started gracing her, and she got invited here for reasons? I don't see much of any cohesion between these characters that brings them all here to Roundtable Hold. What unites these people? Anything? I don't have any sense that we're an actual order of any sort, that we have a shared goal. Fuck any goal. Hell, what motivates these people, any of these people? What am I doing?
You tempt fate with me, Fortune.
You're lucky to be here with us. That Alawi let you keep breathing. Or keep not breathing. You'll encounter the wrong captain one day, Ripper.
Many say you are the wrong captain.
What? Damn it! I had a great line ready.
The fishman must sense something. He is much better swimmer than Brom. Maybe he can teach.
Didn't you swim all the way to Bilgewater?
Yes, but Brom is glad no one was watching.
You notice how you can just pluck a scene from the middle of this game, and even without context, you have some grasp of who these characters are? They have personalities that they express in their dialogue. You don't get that in Elden Ring. I'm not saying that you need to have 22 fucking hours of dialogue, but if you're going to include characters, maybe flesh them out. If you're not going to flesh them out, maybe don't include them. It's this half-assing that bothers me the most. Medieval has a whole hall of heroes that serves as a sort of central hub that you visit between levels. Sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a fine fit for something like Elden Ring. The characters have very few lines of dialogue. You turn in quest to them, you get some feel for who they were in their lives, how they became to be known as heroes, and then you receive a weapon from them. They're effectively vendors, with a little bit of character.
It's not enough just to have a magic shield, you know, no matter what that soft ticky stern card says.
It's simple, very simple, but it adds a lot of personality to the game. These characters, if we can call them that, simply tease personality and don't deliver. When you think that the story is going somewhere, it's not. As usual, it's a repetitive cycle of getting your hopes up and then being disappointed. See, you could have just done the bare bones minimum, but you did even less than that, and yet you pretend that you've got solid characters on your hands. There's like a scale here, right? And in the middle is inoffensive. And this isn't science here, this is just a vibe scale. So there's inoffensive, and then there's endearing, and then way over this way are deep characters. Below inoffensive, though, is vapid, and that's what Elden Ring characters are, they're vapid. But they're treated as if they're way over here, and the end result is something that is highly offensive. What happens when you multiply a positive by a negative? You get a big-ass negative. You get Elden Ring. The characters in this game can have their personality laid out in a single short sentence, if you can even muster that. Melina is a ghostly figure of unknown origin. Nefeli is a tarnished warrior and she's adopted. Captain D hates those who live in death, whatever that means. I can't tell you much more than that, and yet I'm supposed to believe that they're people with lives and things to do in the world. Like I'm supposed to shed a tear when they die, theoretically speaking. Now everybody knows, when you're looking for a game that's got a great story and lovable characters, you turn to Borderlands 3.
Balex, is that short for something?
Oh, yeah. It stands for Binary Automated Logistical, Alright. My old man Jacob couldn't decide whether he wanted to call me Barry or Alex, so he ended up calling me Balex. I know it's not the coolest origin story.
I'm Amara. It means deathless on 37 worlds, and it's a brand of conditioner on 8.
Damn.
What a surprising little oasis of character writing. If you're not familiar with who Amara is, she's an egotist, right? She's pretty full of herself.
What's your name? Surely you know who I am. The Tiger of Partali? Crime fighter? Warrior for peace? It's Amara.
It's a cartoonish personality. It's played for laughs. She's a caricature. She's the biggest badass around and she wants everyone to know it. Now when Balex admits that he's a little insecure about his name, her reply showcases the ego we're familiar with, but it shows a sympathetic side of her as well, that she's willing to reciprocate. It's a natural thing for her to say. It's a perfect fit for her character, but we don't know that until she says it. We haven't really seen her show sympathy in this way, and I found this to be such a touching line coming from her. She's genuine, she cares. She's so much more than just an irretrievable narcissist. She's got a heart. She's got my heart. How often does a line in Elden Ring develop the character who's speaking it? Give some glimpse into who they are under the pretense? When do we ever see characters speak to one another? When do we see anyone share a dialogue, express a flaw, convey an emotion? They can't even confer basic info onto us.
I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed. Even worse, the fingers harbor no love for our kind. That's the part that irks the most.
Yeah, is that it?
Oh, I have a gift for you.
Oh, you really weren't going to expand on that thought. Okay, I kind of wanted to hear where you were going with that, but I guess not. I'm pretty sure that this is the first time in the game I'm hearing about the two fingers offering guidance. So this idea that their guidance can be skewed holds no weight. I haven't been introduced to what the fingers are or why their guidance matters. The idea that it could be skewed or have anything to do with the Elden Ring or its shattering mean nothing to me because these ideas were never assigned meaning. Every one of these things is just mentioned in passing, in what feels like it's supposed to be a revelatory screed, explaining this character's goals and motivations. But he neither prefaces what he's saying with context or elaborates on what he's just said. He just stops talking. Okay, hold on, I can't get over what Fia said earlier.
I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace.
What is it about Grace that caused her to be chased away from wherever the hell she was living gracelessly? So is there a chance that anyone out and about in the world here can just get graced? Just turn tarnished at any time? And what of that idea? That I'm a normal guy, but then I start seeing magic glowing shit and that means I'm tarnished? What is it about seeing golden god magic that tarnishes me? A bold inference on my part, thinking that the concept of grace and being tarnished are even strictly related. Fuck, I don't even know what being tarnished means. Once I hit 60 hours or so and through a few vague as ever chats with these personality-starved NPCs and facing questions like this from people that I have next to no info on, it just suddenly occurred to me. I'm 60 hours in and I don't know a thing about the supposed story. I know on a meta level that I have to defeat all the bosses to reach the end credits so that I can finally stop playing the game Elden Ring, but aside from that, what am I doing? Why? What is my goal? Who is my enemy? Why are they my enemy? Who and what am I? What is a tarnished? What does that mean to be tarnished? Tarnished how? Did I used to be made of copper but I turned green? Who else is tarnished? Everyone? Is she tarnished? Do we all come back to life after we die? Why do I come back to life after I die? So, we must be those who live in death, right?
Rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead, who yet live.
Remind me, what were those 14 or so names that were thrown at me in the intro cutscene? Who are they? Why do they matter? Why were they even mentioned to me? Who mentioned them to me? How about the Knight of the Black Knives? That sounds cool and mysterious. I wonder what the fuck it is. Apparently somebody named Godric or Godfrey or something got assassinated. Who were they? Why did they matter? I'm 60 hours in. Why? What's the impact? What is the Elden Ring? What is the Elden Tree? What does Elden mean? What is this continent? Lands between what? What the fuck are the two fingers? Two fingers of what? Are there three others? I think there are. I'll fucking look it up right now. Yeah, apparently there's three others. I'm told that the two fingers need me to restore the Golden Order. What? Oh, this is the first I've heard of that.
This is the first I've heard of that.
I kinda went in and killed them all, I think. You know, all these guys dressed in gold defending the magical tree. Is the whole city not the Golden Order? In this specific boss? How about these guys? Well, it's a good thing I don't fucking care because you never took the time to develop who or what the Golden Order is or what these guys were, but they're dead now, so fuck it. I actually wish that I could go back and experience the confusion of my first playthrough a second time because I can't do it justice here. Nothing matches the sheer lack of understanding that one experiences on a first playthrough.
There's only you can only play a Souls game for the first time once. So.
I've consumed enough information out of game that I can't rightly recall how astounding it felt to have none. I can't do justice to explaining that feeling, that the pure, unadulterated, wholesale, kosher, uncured confusion of not knowing what the fuck is happening.
What's happened to this village? I witnessed a sight much the same in my infancy. The oppression of the weak. Murder and pillage unchecked. A waking nightmare made by men.
Nefeli, I love you, but what are you talking about?
I'm a woman grown, and though the suffering cannot be undone, I can still mete out justice. Justice to the oppressors.
Who? What oppressors? This guy? He's a perfumer, right? They live up in the caves that-a-way? I don't know who or what they are or what they're about, but they don't look like they're oppressing anybody. In fact, I don't see any faction anywhere in this game that looks particularly powerful at all. But I actually like these couple lines of dialogue, like in a vacuum at least. I guess this is what passes for character writing in this game, but in reality, it's just as shallow as everything else. This is like a baseline statement for her core motivation as a character. You know, the foundation that you're supposed to build on.
Let the scars I carve remind them. I am Nefeli Lu, warrior.
This is like a line that you put in a trailer for a movie, so we all go, oh wow, she sounds like she's had a rough past and is going to soon be involved in a story of some kind. I can't wait to see how her past and her principles have shaped her and how they affect her life going forward. This is akin to the little paragraph you get when you look at a character or a special skin in Overwatch, or the flavor text on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's not a story, but it's the most depth you'll see in Elden Ring. And hell, even that beats the abject fucking nonsense. So I show up at the doorstep of the Hogwarts School of Glintstone and Sorcery, and I am eager to learn, but the guys inside just attack me on sight. Okay, sure, whatever. You know, sometimes you run into bullies in the hall on your way to class. I'll just carve a path through them, and I'll go speak with the principal about this hostile learning environment. And fuck, she's surrounded by terrestrial mermaids. Shit. Okay, look, Rennala here, the Banana Queen, this is definitely one of the better boss fights in the game. At least from the perspective of somebody who hates practically every boss fight in this game. It's got some unique mechanics. Phase 1 has you knocking out these sirens around the room to break the boss's shield, and once you burn her down, you're treated to one fuck of a cutscene.
My beloved, have no fear. I will hold thee. Patience. Ye will be countless born, forever and ever.
Upon my name is Ranni the Witch. Mother's rich slumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser.
Oh, this guy's pissed. This Ranni guy, he's pissed. I don't really know who Ranni is. It's not a name that I've heard yet in the story. Definitely not somebody who I've already met before. That'd be fucked up. A little fucked up if somebody that I know is trying to kill me after their mom attacked me. But these things happen, and I've got a fight on my hands. So phase 2, she shoots lasers, she throws the moon at me, spellcaster stuff. You're fighting, and then, huh? Is the fight's over? No cutscene, no dialogue, literally nothing. We are fighting to the death, and then screen goes black, and she's a vendor now. Right.
Oh man, you are getting me so angry.
Like, I don't need to explain why this is bad, right? Like, this is pretty fucking self-explanatory. Imagine you're watching Dragon Ball or some shit, and you see these two locked in bloody violent combat, and then no commercial break, no explanation at all, it just hard cuts to them having a chat and eating shawarma. Now, fuck, like, even that example doesn't work because you could potentially believe that Goku, you know, Goku and Frieza have personalities. They're characters written by an author. I can't even think of a good comparison here because the dynamics of this scene are absolutely defy logic. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find any other piece of media that tries some shit like this. Okay, how about this? If instead of getting Godrick's death animation, you just hard cut and he's a vendor now and he sells you shit, would that be a problem? Why does this guy get beaten and then lay dying in the dirt gasping for breath, but Rennala, and not just operating on her own here? Let's keep in mind that there's a second magical entity at work trying to kill me right now, and all of this just suddenly ceases to exist because I guess the plot needs it to? I don't rightly know. I don't know why you would ever do. I don't know how you could think this is okay. Like, there's a reason that this scene doesn't end like this.
What dance off?
It's not.
Like in Footloose, the movie?
Exactly like Footloose.
That's because this is a story. Things have to happen for a reason. There's dialogue that leads from point A to point B because that's what a story is.
We're the Avengers, man.
You're the ones Thor told us about.
You know Thor.
And this line of dialogue can only be said now. This turn of events can only happen because it was set up earlier, a concept that Elden Ring struggles with.
Time and Mind Stones are safe on Earth. They're with the Avengers.
The Avengers?
The Earth's mightiest heroes.
Like, surely I don't have to be explaining this right now. This actually feels broken. Maybe that's what they meant by fragmented story. It's literally broken and they know it. It's like we are actually missing a cutscene. I mean, there's empty, vapid, nothing dialogue like this.
Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide. Of the last queen of Caria, Rennala of the full moon.
Send word? Of what? What does that mean? Am I supposed to just go inform people, hey, Rennala exists? What are you asking me to do? Are the denizens of this world not aware that she exists? I mean, I wouldn't blame them. I hadn't heard of her until I wandered into this room, so maybe nobody else has. But let's send word. To who? Who, the shopkeepers? This world is so devoid of life, who do I tell? And furthermore, if you're trying to kill me, how did you expect me to be sending word after this battle? I don't think you thought this out. Like, it's a cool sounding line, but not only does it make little sense for a character to be saying this to me at this time, it is entirely meaningless. It's empty, shallow, hollow, filler writing, like nearly every other line of dialogue in this whack-ass game. So yeah, there's the vapid dialogue we're used to, and then there's just non-existent dialogue. There's no cutscene. There's no follow-up chat with Rennala. There aren't even any dialogue options. There's nothing to explain why we stopped fighting or even acknowledge that there was a fight at all. The dialogue that we needed blatantly does not exist. It was never written. You did not write a story, you fucking jackass. Check this guy out. I stumbled onto him pretty recently, like well into the editing process for the script. He looks important. I'm sure he has something important to say. This is it, folks. This is just too perfect. He's like the quintessential Elden Ring NPC. He exemplifies everything I've been talking about. Just like everyone else, he has absolutely nothing to say. With the exception, of course, of the best character in the game, Alexander. Now you meet this portly fellow buried in the dirt, consider me jealous, but you dig him up and then if you carry out a very specific series of actions across the continent, you'll eventually get to hear him say something that resembles personality. That's right, all you have to do is meet him here, 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 and then here. All without any direction in-game of where to meet him, when, or why.
Nice. Bullseye.
Now I've said it before, and I'll probably say it 10 more times, but if I have to look up a guide online in order to experience a story in-game, why not just cut out the middleman and fucking look it up online? I already set down my controller and my bowl of Cheetos, got out of my chair, walked my fat ass into another room, flopped over onto the computer and looked up the story. Why not just stay there to consume it? The game hasn't told me the story, the wiki has told me the story. This guy on YouTube has to tell me the story. So what, you need to be told what to do? Yes, actually. The baseline requirement for storytelling is telling a story. So indeed, I do expect to be told things. Now there are two ways to learn what you need to do in a game. You are either told in-game, or you look it up online. If I have to look it up online, you have done a bad job. If the content of your game is not readily available within the game, and I am instead required to absorb game content through an external source, you have done a bad job. At the very least, you have objectively, semantically, failed to tell story. We don't need hand-holding, we don't always need waypoints on screen telling us where to go. Not that the game is above doing something like this, a scant number of times and rarely when necessary. You know, you probably could have just had a character say, hey, that giant comet must have created a giant-ass crater in Limgrave. And I think I could have found it on my own. It is, after all, a giant-ass crater. But you felt it was necessary to mark it on my map this time. It's out of the question to have a character or marker direct the player toward the story, but damn if we won't help you find a crater. No, you should just immaculately know to go out of your way to fight this one specific magma worm to continue to advance Alexander's story, despite knowing full well at this point in the game that the reward for the time spent fighting the magma worm will be less than having applied the same amount of time to grinding instead. Like, this snowfield over here is gorgeous, and I should be absolutely just enraptured with its beauty. Unfortunately though, because I know that the rune drops are so bad, I have no reason to spend time in the overworld here, soaking in the atmosphere. As usual, when the game would actually benefit from some structure and direction, there is none. Perhaps requiring the player to traverse scenic areas like this on foot would be a good idea, but instead I'm incentivized not to do so. I am, after all, provided from the start of the game the tools to quickly bypass any zone that I encounter and everything in it. The most exploration that you may need to do is skimming through a few ruins to find smithing stones, and in a game that tacitly requires you to look up guides online to experience the story, why would the player not then extend the same principle to simply look up a guide to bell-bearing locations? Every design decision seems to point back to the same faulty philosophies. I know that if I traverse this area on foot, I will almost certainly be killed by something because that's how the game is built to function. I will then get knocked out of this beautiful scenic environment, subjected to an extended loading screen, and then risk losing my runes, which again just directs me back to the grind. I am given no reason to do anything but dick around in the grind spot as a consequence of the shoddy leveling system, the poor rune distribution, and lack of direction toward a story goal. When you encounter a boss in the overworld, you know full well that it's not worth your time. In fact, there'd be no reason for me to even explore the world and wander down here, because every minute that you're not grinding is effectively time spent not progressing through the game. Not only do we have no direction to come to this place, the game is structured in such a way that it is a detriment to game progress. Now, how do I know that? Well, once again, I found a brand new dungeon that I've never played through before. This one takes me from the starting grace point to the death of the boss, 5 minutes and 45 seconds. I then paused, I took some notes, started the timer again, and went back to clear one more wing of the dungeon that I missed, coming to a grand total of 6 minutes and 30 seconds. In that initial 5 minutes 45 seconds that it took to complete the dungeon by killing the boss, I earned just over 16,000 runes. The full 6.5 minute full clear earned me nearly 18,000 runes. I did not speedrun this dungeon, I didn't see any alternative paths or secrets, it just happened to be a pretty small dungeon with a short run, but not a terrible rune output really. So let's again explore what would have happened if I instead spent that 5 minutes 45 seconds grinding rather than experiencing new content. Well, I earned over 28,000 runes. Not quite the 6 times multiplier of our first little grind experiment, but here's a graph showing how this all stacks up. And then here's this pie chart, another pie chart, which doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it's an adequate visual. But this is only what happens when we ignore the existence of the other grind spot. So this time, let's instead work with the 6 minutes 30 seconds of the full clear run from the dungeon, and pair that against the 6 minutes 30 seconds grinding over here, where I earned a measly 117,000 runes. Holy fuck! Can we can we get that graph back? In the other one? Okay, listen closely now. I'm making over 18,000 runes per minute grinding. That's more than this entire fucking dungeon provided on the high end. Can we see one more graph comparing all 3 of these? Yeah, like that. Thank you. What the fuck is that? What is the? I don't think this graph works at all. And this is only what happens when we ignore the existence of the other. Nope. We'll save that one. That one can wait. Anyway about it, whichever grind spot you're at, the verdict remains the same. You are incentivized to grind rather than explore. Well, that's the boring way to play. That's what I'm saying! Why is the leveling process structured in such a way that it prioritizes grinding over dungeons that the developers put some level of effort into crafting? The fun part of the game makes up so little of the game, and the fun part isn't even fun. Who the fuck?
Video games this generation is just a miserable slog through fucking disappointment after disappointment. I think I got one good game. I don't like the last, like Elden Rings. I really liked Elden Rings.
Elden Rings? There's more than one?
This is getting out of hand.
Oh yeah, I love Elden Rings. Imagine, if you would, a game so impactful and memorable that you can't even recall the title. No, Boomer Jim, you dum-dum. No, there's just the one ring, and you have to collect the pieces from a bunch of goons, and then you use the one ring to rule them all. Wait.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling GameStop. This is GameStop. How can I help you? Thanks for calling GameStop. Thank you for calling GameStop. Thank you for calling GameStop.
Hi, I'm calling because I've got a question about a game I'm hoping somebody can answer for me. I'm looking to possibly get the game Elden Rings. Have you played it? Has anybody else in the store played it, possibly?
Hey, have either of you played Elden Ring before? Yes. Okay, I've got somebody who's got some questions about Elden Ring. What questions do you have about it? What are you wondering about it?
Big thing I'm wondering about is like what the story is of the game.
Oh. So the story on that one can have a decent story, but it's very sporadic.
All right, I'm wondering if either of you can tell me a little bit about the story, possibly, of the game.
Do you know anything about the story to it? I mean, the story is good storyline, don't get me wrong. They didn't really do storyline, it's like a Dark Souls storyline. My friends and my boyfriend absolutely love Dark Souls, so I pretty much know a lot of ins and outs.
Okay. But you've played it before?
No, I don't like Dark Souls games. I want to enjoy my game. Dark Souls is renowned for being a very hard and combative game. You play as one individual going up against these like huge monsters that you have to fight, and you have to be extremely strategic with your placements of hits and stuff. But it has really good story, great voice acting, music, very fun if you can get good at the game.
All right. What's the story?
For Elden Ring, I'm not entirely sure.
Do you know anything about the story? Can you tell me about the story of the game?
I really wouldn't be able to tell you because, like, whenever I first got it and I started off, it just threw me into the game, basically expecting me to figure this stuff out on my own. It's one of those games where it, like, just throws you in there.
Yeah, that's how the story functions? Kind of like that? Okay.
Because, like, it's weird because, like, when I played it, the only thing that I had to do was, like, I woke up from I got out of the castle, fought a big old giant crab-looking spider thing, kicked my butt, and I woke up in a world that I didn't know anything about. I would tell them to don't look it up online, stuff like that.
Just look it up online?
Yeah.
Okay.
What she's saying.
So I ignored my own advice and I decided to explore this castle over here. It's full of ghosts and creepy hands with lots of fingers. I guess fingers are like the overarching theme, like there's a lot of fingers in this game. It's very finger-based. I don't quite know why, but then again, I also don't quite know why I'm here or why any of these creatures are. But wait, there was some motherfucker out front who explained to me the lore of this castle, and it sounded surprisingly interesting, but it seems to contradict what I see with my own two eyes. And well, the GameStop employees aren't going to help me, so I might as well go back and ask him again.
I've explained the peril of the enchanted snare that remains at the Royal Carrion Manor.
Oh, good. He's just repeating the same useless line over and over again. You can't get him to repeat his earlier dialogue. I was supposed to just memorize it, I suppose. Is it really too much to ask that there be a dialogue option that says, tell me the history of this place, and then it plays the audio file of that line of dialogue that you already have recorded? There are like 12 lines of dialogue total in this whole empty-ass game. You couldn't even spare me this luxury? The extent to which we receive lore is in 1 or 2 lines that are typically vague, bogged down with jargon, and mean little to us at the time we're hearing it, and may only be relevant several hours later, but we can only hear them once, and never when prompted, so we're supposed to memorize them, or write them down, or more realistically, we're supposed to just look up the lore online. So, in order to have a conversation with this NPC, I guess I'll spend 60 hours finishing this playthrough, and then 20 more 20 more hours reaching this point on a second playthrough just to hear one fucking line of dialogue. So I guess I'll be back here later. A new draconic power is available at the Church of Dragon Communion. Alright. This is no longer the first I've heard of this. This is like the 7th time I've heard this, and I still don't know what you're talking about, and I do not give a shit. You can repeat this ad nauseum, but you can't repeat a line of dialogue? Your video, Get Off the Fucking Horse, has been age restricted. Definitely one of my finer clips. Take note of how I repeatedly spam the get off the horse button, but I die because the inputs never go through. And of course we all know what comes next. But this is, like, funny at least, right? It's not so much funny when the game kills you with some dumb shit like this. Now let me explain what's happening, because it looks fucking stupid. I can't attack, block, swing my sword, do anything, because there's a message on my screen telling me that I used a key. Like, yeah, I know I used a key, I'm the one who fucking put it in there. Why was... Well, I'll come back to this. Okay, look, the fire giant boss battle. Similar to Rennala. Okay, hold on. Wait, I gotta tackle this one too. Why are there so many characters in this game that have names that start with the letter R? You've got characters named Riker, Ranni, Renna, Radagon, Rennala, Radon, all in the same story. And they're even beat out by everybody whose name starts with the letter M. Muriel, Michaela, Melina, Margaret, Marika, Margaret, Moog, Melania, Malakath. Did you forget that there are other letters on your keyboard? You do know that it's a little easier to follow a story if your characters have unique and identifiable names, right? Okay, but hold on, I'm getting way off topic here. I was talking about the fire giant. On my first encounter, I died, naturally, and I lost my runes, but when I stepped back into the arena, my runes were not in the spot that I died in. It's a little frustrating, but at least I can follow the waypoint. Wait, there's no compass. Why is there no compass? Who went out of their way to write additional lines of code just to remove the compass during the boss fight? Why was this done? Why was this necessary? You might be asking, why do you give a shit? It's a freaking compass. It doesn't matter. Why do you give a shit? Well, apparently, the developers gave a shit. It was a big enough deal to them to go out of their way to program this in. Just why?
But why? But why?
We can't be fucked to build a working boss battle, fix the camera on phase 2, but we can wipe a compass off your screen. This is yet another baffling example of the ass-backwards priorities of the devs. When they're not too busy programming a dynamic compass deletion system, they'll add dialogue options here, but not here. They'll add red markers here, but not here. We can't repeat a line of dialogue, but we can tell you 20 more times about the fucking dragon church that you've never heard of. With this goblin key bullshit, could you not have the message clear itself off the screen after a second or two? You know, like this one does? The one you're so proud of? Did we need a message at all? I literally just hit yes, use the key. Why can't I just attack while the message is on my screen? You devoted time and resources to program in a feature that stops me from attacking. For what reason? These are minor annoyances, but everything in this game is a minor annoyance. It starts to add up. So something like 80 hours into the game, I went back to Roundtable Hold and, oh, it's dark for some reason. I guess we didn't pay the grace bill. And oh shit, oh, there's some guy attacking me. Well, ain't that something? Never mind the fact that it's been established firmly that that doesn't work here. You cannot fight in the Roundtable Hold, so what the fuck am I doing right now? Combat is prohibited on the premises due to a pact of non-aggression.
Be thankful of the Hold serenity. It is all that keeps your death and defilement at bay.
Game, you wrote the rules. You established them. You provided them to us. Like, if this were any film, we'd raise hell. We'd call it a plot hole. What are the possible reasons that this could be an okay thing to do in any story, in any piece of media? That it's not consequential and means nothing to the plot? Because if you hadn't guessed it yet, this is inconsequential and means nothing to the plot.
Frickin' nothing. That's what it did.
I don't know who this guy is, why he potentially matters, why he's attacking me, why his attacking me potentially matters, how he's attacking me, how he's attacking me potentially matters. At this point, I half expected it to just cut and we fade back in and we're friends now and I run off to date his daughter. But instead, we just get a loading screen, as usual, and we're back in normal fuckface hold. No impact, nothing changed, nothing matters, which begs the question, why add this to the game? The spook factor? Just to catch me off guard by doing something that makes no sense, adds nothing to the story, and doesn't matter? Consider my fucking expectations subverted. And while we're talking about useless, worthless nonsense, check out this Joker.
Such cruelty. Such humiliation. Oh, my poor sweet lordling should have died a true death. As the first of the demigods to die, as a martyr to destined death.
What is that? What the hell is destined death? What does it mean to martyr for it? This is the first I've heard of that. Would you like to elaborate?
A scion of the Golden Bough, sentenced to live in death.
The Golden Bough? The Golden Bough? The 2007 album released by the German heavy metal band Atlantean Codex? That's probably not what you mean, but really, this is the absolute first I've heard of this. I laughed my ass off when I first saw this. This is what I've been talking about. Characters just name drop stuff as if you're supposed to know what they mean. Typically, you're speaking to an NPC because you want to learn about the lore. You're here to fill in the blanks, yet they only present you new blanks to fill in. I have no context to understand what you're talking about. And when that happens, your mind automatically fills in the blank with the closest thing to it. You are referencing something, but I have no in-universe reference to tie to what you're saying. If this conversation instead referenced a Dark Knight without establishing before or after who or what this Dark Knight is, when the full moon did rise, so too did the Dark Knight. You wouldn't be reminded of an in-universe reference point because you haven't been provided one. And you would instead be reminded of something outside of the established universe because you have nothing else to latch onto. This, again, is Jargon absolutely wrecking immersion. Now I'm pulled out of the story because I have not only been reminded of something outside of the game, but reminded as well that I am playing a game that makes inane references to unestablished entities. I might as well assume that you are referring to the band Atlantean Codex, because I'd have to look up whatever the hell you're talking about online anyway. And screw it, we're already here, I'll look it up right now. Let's learn about what the Golden Bough is in Elden Ring. This is fucking nothing. There's no Golden Bough. What are you talking about?
What could you hope to learn about yourself in a place like this?
The less you know about me, the better off you are, swordsman.
Is it possible to know less than I do?
If we're being honest, Yasuo, the rest of us know a lot less than you.
Again, see how you can just pop into a scene at random and pretty firmly grasp what's happening, what the characters are like, what they may be talking about? Notice how they feel like people and not robots?
How would you like to earn the strength of beasts? If you're inclined to haunt more of those who live in death and weed their death root, then I'll introduce you to Garank, the beast clergyman.
Soon you will find the right time to tell Sarah the truth. Brom can tell. You think she deserves to know. And for that reason, you have my shield. Good night, Ilaoi.
You could stay.
Another time, perhaps.
Remember how in Dragon Age you could spend an hour plus between outings just chatting with your party members in camp, learning the ins and outs of the world, its history, its characters, what makes them tick? What happened to that? Do we not hold role-playing games to any kind of standard? We can sit here and we can say that's not the experience that they wanted to offer with Elden Ring. Not every RPG has to have hours and hours of dialogue. And I agree. I said that earlier, you don't have to, just don't pretend to have it. And if you're going to attempt it, or at least pretend to attempt it, don't do a shit job. This game is miraculously overflowing with nothingness. It's like dark matter. It's like the paradoxical abundance of emptiness, an absence of space. It's hollow, nothing writing, just shit thrown at a wall, jargon followed by jargon to trick you into believing that it's deep. Or, and this is being profoundly generous, there is some baseline trace of a story here and it's simply being told in the least competent way possible. Or maybe you're in denial and you think that this obtuse splatter painting of jargon is a master class in Lynchian lorecraft, and I'm just too dumb to understand. When an NPC mentions an object or character that has not been set up in the story whatsoever, and I'm expected to care about it, maybe I'm the Dumbo for not salivating and begging for more. Like, I'm not asking for much here, right? I just want the main central story to be apparent to the audience. Having detailed trivia about the world is cool. Like, you can stash some item or NPC somewhere who explains the ancient history of Limgrave or some shit. Or, here's an idea. Why don't you have a codex? You know, somewhere to read the lore that you've gathered throughout the game? If you wrote something... Now hold on. If you wrote something, where is it? Where the fuck can I read it? It's like you wrote a book and you handed that shit to me and it's fucking blank. It's a fucking blank book, you dumbass. Where's the story? But realistically, let's take a step back. If you need to hire somebody to not write a story, who better to turn to than George R. R. Martin? This man has literally made a living not writing. My God, I cracked the code. Maybe this really is some deep Lynchian masterpiece. Now maybe, credit where it's due, maybe there's some lore hidden around the map that I wasn't patient or observant enough to find. I mean, I only explored 1, 2, 3, 16, 17, 18, 19, 38, 39 caves. You know, I might have missed the one cave that contains the rusted shovel of the gods, which has the lore written on it. Or wait, it wouldn't have been called that. It would be called the whimsical charcuterie or something, because we need to sound esoteric and haughty in order to build atmosphere. Potion? Nah, not pretentious enough. It's a wondrous physic. What is this, fucking Homestuck? Hoist Medallion. Hoist Medallion. This one gets me. Could you have conceivably come up with a sillier way to convey the idea of activating a magical device? It's a little too reminiscent of Charlie's Angels for GameCube.
I'm sorry, push B for back and A for valid? Okay, are you too cool for normal words like accept and okay, Charlie's Angels just want to be different?
Or, you know, sodium chloride.
Just a little sodium chloride.
Actually, dude, it's salt.
That's what I said, sodium chloride.
Dude, that would be salt.
You could have written present medallion, display medallion, or activate hoist medallion. Is the act of hoisting important to the process? Would it not work if I, say, dangled the medallion? What if I sashay the medallion? Open door? Did you mean remit phalanges? Pull lever? What is that? What does that mean? Did you mean throttle the rod? Trib horn? I would mock any of these just as hard. This pretentious choice of wording is style over substance, and the style is pompous and grating.
This gave the creators more space to play around without attracting, I don't even know what that word is supposed to be, but it's pretentious.
Opprobrium?
Now, it's easy to make fun of this stuff, but this does actually present a question. The developers could have, and much more easily, used the words activate lift to convey the idea of activating the lift. There was a deliberate decision made not to do this. Like, they must have held a meeting and discussed this. These words were hand-picked. Has anyone stopped to ask what the reason is for this? What motivates somebody to write something in this way? Now, in high school, I wrote an essay entitled The Largiloquent Pedigree and Trivialities of the Gloriously Affluent Beast of Midas. Why did I do this? Mostly because it's funny. It's funny to write something this absurd. It's not great, but it did accomplish something. My assigned task was to write an essay about any ocean-dwelling wildlife, but I wrote an essay about a freshwater fish. I objectively failed to complete the task that had been assigned to me, but by distracting my reader with comically opaque language, I fooled my teacher into thinking that I had written something meaningful. Sound familiar? The fact that he could barely understand what I was telling him served as a substitution for me telling him anything of value. He interpreted value where there was none. In other words, it was bullshit. I bullshit my teacher into passing me for a failed task. So when Elden Ring pulls stunts like this, I can see through it. I know this shit because I've done this shit. Ever so extravagantly humble is the natively nautical being that so gaily and incredulously enlightens the waking world at both its whimsical and majestic, overbearing state of significance. Underappreciated and heavily unrecognized is the void of renown, be it either palpable or intangible, for the greatness that gives fin to and fro throughout aquatic dominion both near and far. Have you a lowly penny to spare, a similarly careless copmonger? Is the depth of the interest you will to give lesser still than the meager copper? Worry not your uneducated carapace and lack of pectoral fin to tardily bend in much needed reverence, for righteously I, a seer of true knowledge and homage, do bring all that which has forsaken them in their days of mannerly dis-ease. I jest not, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you all the truth about the master of humility. I beg you now, see the error of your ways, see the greatness of that wrongly taken to be such a meager creature, and hail it now as the beast that it is. This is fucking Elden Ring. I wrote Elden Ring 10 years ago. They should be paying me royalties for this. And something else, I'd be fucking offended if somebody nominated me for a serious literary award for this joke-ass paper. This is not serious writing, this is clown writing by design. This is Homestuck shit. I would call Elden Ring a clown game, but I'm actually quite fond of clowns. So, why the term Hoist Medallion? Well, because it's a bullshit crutch for untalented writers. It is a crutch to create immersion by using goofy words instead of actually establishing characters or conveying a plot. Whether they recognize how shallow the world of Elden Ring is and they use this as a way to overcome it, or this was just legitimately the best that they could do and there was no other conceivable way to build immersion, I don't know. That would, after all, be something of a skill issue, and well, that's impossible. But look, when I'm done whinging about the existence of exposition anchors, can we talk about how shitty of a method of conveying a story that is? But you gotta read the flavor text to get the story. Why are anchors explaining the story instead of the fucking characters that you put in the story? The people who can fucking speak with words. What the hell was that? The dude didn't just say nothing like we're used to. He didn't even get a dialogue box. Like, I thought this was a glitch. I thought this was a glitch at first, but whatever, I guess he taught me to spell somehow, okay.
If you're not quite sure what's happening here, I don't blame you. But you can see me hitting the talk button, right? I'm trying to talk to this guy and nothing's happening. The cat shit laying all over the place doesn't help. That's a little irritating, of course. But every time I think I've reached the worst example of empty dialogue, the bottom drops out, the game goes lower. Hey, remember the witch lady from earlier?
One must choose one's masters wisely.
Well, you can find her in a cave later in the game, stuck to a wall. You can't speak to her though. You can't converse with her, ask her what happened, offer to help, anything. You can punch her though, and she'll even fight back and speak to you. Why, are you mad? Are you mad? You're stuck to a fucking wall and won't speak to me or even acknowledge that fact. How did you get stuck to a wall when you can clearly fight with your hands tied behind your back? Was there supposed to be a story here? Because there is none. Like, Nefeli surely got a story too and she's done pouting in the basement. But I don't know how to advance that story until I guess clear out the one specific cave that I'm somehow supposed to know that Nefeli once had a picnic outside of, and then probably come back to the cave after I clear out the dungeon inside, run in a counterclockwise circle around the boss room, jump up and down 3 times, use the salute emote, and then I can dig up the Royal Golden Champion's Lost Fork, the Pygmy Tuner Excommunicate, which will have an inscription on it, which will tell me where to find Nefeli's birth mother's grave, where I'll find a necklace, a baubled earthen serpent that I can trade to this guy in exchange for a bag of wind, and then gift that to Nefeli to unlock the option to ask her father for permission to marry her. I mean, it worked for Alexander, and if you couldn't figure out that incredibly specific series of mandatory events on your own, I don't know what to tell you. It's a skill issue, bro. If instead of creating a vehicle by which to convey story ideas and plot, you instead create roadblocks to prevent one from reaching the story, you have deliberately failed to tell a story. When you create these roadblocks, you cannot rationally be surprised when the audience doesn't experience the story. all of the story that I did experience in this game was just a consequence of learning information that came from outside of it. And all of it was nonsensical sludge. You cared enough about the idea of having a story to hire this guy, but you didn't care enough to actually treat these character ideas with respect, flesh them out, maybe give them decent animation. Why do the rats in Spyro have better mouth animations than characters in a big budget role-playing game which was nominated for the best video game narrative of 2022? Not exactly god tier shit, gotta admit. Now I will say this, the fact that you hired an outside writer to come in and write a story on your behalf suggests to me that you were entirely creatively bankrupt. You yourself are so bereft of inspiration. You didn't actually have an idea coming into this for a story to tell. You just wanted another Dark Souls game but didn't have any substantive tale in mind, no rush of creativity. So you decided to buy some unfinished notes off of a washed up former author and try to meld the shit together into a story. Sounds like a great idea. Can't believe no one's thought of that one before. Let's keep that in mind. We are talking about a project written by a guy who cares enough about his craft, his own IP, his own characters, just well enough to sell their likeness to HBO. Truly, the sign of a man with integrity, an artist who takes pride in his work. But hey, do you remember that magic castle that I was wandering through earlier? You won't believe who's at the top. It's fucking Ranni. Ranni James Dio, fucking Ronnie Reagan in the flesh. Or not. She's a doll or something, I don't really know. But let's talk with Ranni, the magic sorceress, the daughter of the Moon Queen, who pretty recently made an attempt on my life.
Oh, again we cross paths. I believe I said my name was Rennala when last we met.
Wait, what? You're Rennala from earlier, but you were lying to me and your real name is Ranni? Why would you do that?
It pleaseth me to see Torrent hale and hearty.
We're gonna skirt right past that and not elaborate, okay.
But tarnished, what business hast thou here? I have no memory of inking thee an invitation.
What exactly is the point of a dialogue option like this when there's only one option? Also, that is not what I would say in this situation. I might instead have some questions.
No reason in particular, thou claimest.
I guess.
Intriguing. Then mayhaps fate hath steered thee to this reunion. Wilt thou enter into my service?
Wait, what?
I am the witch Ranni. I stole death long ago, and search now for the dark path, that I might one day upend the whole of it, and rid the world of all that came before. Well,
you stole death? And it's a proper noun too. What is that? This is the first I've heard of that, or the dark path, and what was that about upending everything, ridding the world of all that came before it? And you drop all this on me, a metric ton of garbage that I've never heard of before, along with the passive revelation that our entire relationship, up to this point, has been a lie, all without referencing the recent fight to the death, and you want me to get down on my knees and serve you. If you're going to go the route of not allowing us dialogue options to probe characters for info, then perhaps you should have characters speak in clear and expressive ways. You artificially created the need for probing questions by presenting us with vague dialogue and then deny us the option. Will I serve you? That sounds like a pretty damn serious commitment to just drop on me.
One must choose one's masters wisely.
And let me be honest here, it would not take much for Ranni to convince me to partner up, but the game doesn't allow her the opportunity. Just a couple of dialogue options such as, "You're not Rennala? What is it that you want me to do? Dark Path? Age of Stars?" About what happened to Ray Lucaria. But then again, in order to even comment on that, you'd have to acknowledge that bizarre scene. We still don't know why we just stopped fighting back there. There's just so many layers of shit. I don't even... Having neither been provided information or the ability to request any information, I've been presented with no in-universe reason for me to say, yes, I will serve you. I don't know who you are, what you want, what I'm signing up for, why you gave me a magic bell, why you lied to me about your name, why you tried to kill me, why you stopped trying to kill me, and I'm supposed to just say yes, ignoring the character writing because the player may be curious what this part of the story entails. The absolute audacity to write stuff like this into... Well, I don't even know if I'd call this audacity so much as incompetence, ambivalence, apathy. I don't know who you are or what you want. I do not like you and I do not trust you. You lied to me, you tried to kill me, you stole fizzy lifting drink, and now what, I'm supposed to give you a foot rub? No, I'm not doing that. You've got 4 hands, you can figure that out for yourself. I have no reason whatsoever to like you. No player of this game has a reason to like you, aside from, she's blue, I guess. Blue women, which... Okay, I get it, sure. But I am not cherry picking here. I have gone over literally all of the information that I have on her character from some 60 hours leading up to this point, of which there is frighteningly little, about 2.5 minutes total. And we'll come back to this later. Ranni will get her day in the sun. But look, in a movie or a play, an actor, right? It doesn't really matter what they're acting in, but you got an actor. And an actor needs to be able to do more than just simply read lines of dialogue from a script. They need to be able to mentally and emotionally, immerse themselves in the role that they are playing. Now in an RPG specifically, you, the player, are effectively an actor. You are playing the role of the character that you control in the story. Crazy. You know, they should name a genre after that or something. In Grand Theft Auto Vice City, you play as Tommy Vercetti. You are a player, that's your role, and the game is a stage. Get out there and follow the script that is Tommy's story. There also exist games in which you create your own custom character. In GTA 5 Online, I'm not playing as Michael or Trevor or Franklin, but rather my own character of my own design. A character with their own thoughts, ideas, motivations, opinions, ambitions, and the game's open-ended gameplay caters to this idea. I could go sell meth, but I think I'll be an arms dealer instead because that fits my conception of who my character is. The application of a simple few features like this somehow transformed Grand Theft Auto into a hell of a role-playing game. Really, if you went back in time some 20 years and told me that Grand Theft Auto would be arguably the most popular RPG in the world, I would have beaten you with a pipe wrench. I was a very angry child, I'm sorry. Look, I care about my player character. In a good game of most any genre, you should be emotionally invested in the character. Care what happens to them, care what they do and why they do it. You should have a particular attachment to your own character in an RPG. I want them to make emotional or rational decisions in line with who they are. I want them to be somebody, to have thoughts, ambitions, and principles.
Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Unfortunately, lines like this are yet another act of key jangling. In fact, lines like this feel like a direct fuck you to the player once you know how the game's story unfolds. Let's say, for example, that your character has principles. Maybe they're morally opposed to burning down magic trees. Let's say they find joining cults wrong, and they don't want to do any of these morally dubious things.
No, that's not an option.
The backdrop that is Elden Ring is not conducive to any of this. The game has no accommodation for thoughts or principles, and getting my hopes up only to brazenly refuse to deliver predictably pisses me off, because I actually dared to give a shit. Not every game has to be super immersive, have a story. Minesweeper doesn't have a story. Phasmophobia doesn't have a story. Again, why does this matter? Well, because Elden Ring tried to do it, or at least pretended to try to do it.
I don't know, man. I don't know how these mines work at all.
What kind of mines? What are you doing in
like, what is clicking?
Like a play? Are you like digging up the ground?
What's the backstory here? First of all, what's the backstory?
I'm about to play this clip from Dragon Age, but first I want to highlight this comment that I found on the video. I'm glad they have this scene for character development. My character, a mage who had lived within the Mage Tower, had despised everything about it. From being separated from her family, to the harrowing, to the fact that anyone who ticked off the higher-ups could be killed, or worse. And when she had the opportunity to leave, she took it. But then, this happened. And she got deja vu of her time in the tower. And she realized how little this differed from then. Imagine that! Imagine being able to write something like this. I mean, damn, it's almost like this person played an RPG. Seriously, this is just the start of the game, like a couple hours in. Maybe more if you're out doing all the side quests and talking to characters around camp. You know, the sort of shit that you have in an RPG.
Are you blubbering again?
Why all these damn tests? Have I not earned my place?
Maybe it's tradition. Maybe they're just trying to annoy you.
But really, from this scene alone, not taking into account the hour or more that we've spent in the presence of these characters, you have a firm grasp on Davith, Jory, Duncan, Alistair, and your own player character.
My wife is in Highover with a child on the way. If they had warned me, it just doesn't seem fair.
Would you have come if they'd warned you? Maybe that's why they don't. The Wardens do what they must, right?
Including sacrificing us?
I'd sacrifice a lot more if I knew it would end the Blight.
What does this line of dialogue say about this character? Is he speaking with words that I can understand and recognize? Does he say relatable things? Does he feel like a human being? But look here, and in this comment, you can highlight plenty of pieces of jargon that don't make sense if you haven't played Dragon Age. What tower? What harrowing? What fate worse than death? But the thing is, at this point in a Dragon Age playthrough, the player has heard of, learned about, and seen each of these things and can comment on them just as well as their character can. That's immersion, which comes from world building and storytelling, two things that Elden Ring desperately lacks. You can't just say Knight of the Black Knives and Stinky Shit Eater and then not mention them again and then ask me if I want to join a cult. Here's the Volcano Manor. There's a big snake monster that lives inside the volcano who has an Elden shard, so you need to kill him in order to finish the game. This place is run by this lady, Tanis.
We rarely receive visitors to the Volcano Manor without invitation. Fascinating. And not unlike another guest we had long ago.
Can I first comment on this line and how irritating it is? Doing the whole, I'm so interesting and mysterious, I'm going to tell you that I have a story of some kind, but I'm not going to tell it? Just the laziest way to make it sound like there's some deeper layer that I need to reach for. Whoa, man, there's some character in the past from long ago, so mysterious. Shit's so transparent.
So, tarnished. Have you ever harbored doubts about the burden of grace and the dogmatic ramblings of the Fingers?
On a meta level, yes, because none of the lore makes sense. But no, my character has principles and thoughts and ambitions, and she's not gonna join your weird tree-killing cult. I'm on a mission to take a friendly ghost girl to the tree. Thank you very much.
Let this intersection of our paths be the last.
So you can say no, but you get this. You are required to join her cult to progress through the game. This is no longer an optional, will you serve me? You are literally locked out of the rest of the game unless you say, yes, I'll join your weird volcano cult and destroy the Erdtree. You know, the big glowing tree that does the grace, that's doing things.
I don't know. I'm just telling you, I don't know.
Oh, but what's wrong with that? How is this any different than being forced to join the Grey Wardens in Dragon Age? Hell, I don't even get a dialogue option there, it just happens in a cutscene. Well, for one thing, this is my literal first time hearing about the Volcano Manor. Instead of spending hours learning about the existence of this faction and bonding with multiple members of the faction, I'm simply presented with a brand new faction that is morally objectionable, and I am required to join them to progress through this viscous slag that passes for a story. And once I've joined them as required, I am then required to slaughter my way through their manor and kill their boss, snake god thing. Now, my first and most obvious complaint is the lack of choice, with this allegedly being an RPG. But again, why is it okay for Dragon Age to do this? Well, this is something called an inciting incident. Why does the guy in No Country for Old Men take a suspicious bag of money? Well, it's the inciting incident of the story. If he didn't take the bag of money, there would not be a story. This is specifically a story about what happens as a result of making this choice. Similarly, Dragon Age is specifically a story about what happens after a new recruit joins the Grey Wardens, reflecting the setup of the Grey Wardens as the protagonist of the story in the introduction. The hours between the introduction and the joining are just the backstory of your character, the main protagonist. Are we seeing how one idea naturally flows into another? Dragon Age can do this because it's made by people who give a shit and is intended for an audience of people who actually give a shit. Elden Ring, on the other hand, is a story about, and let's be as fair as we can here, it's about a person who goes around killing a bunch of demigods. However, halfway through their story, a faction that they've never heard about prior is joined by them, not for any reason in the narrative, but merely so that the plot can advance. Now that's being generous, considering this decision has literally no bearing on the plot outside of the manor. It's just a thing that happens. There's no telling why it happens, there's no build-up, no consequence, no payoff. It's just a moral decision that you are required to make, and since you are required to make it, you can't really call it a decision. And while you'd expect there to be a moral aspect associated with it, since you've mistaken this game for an RPG, there's no morality attached to it because we have no idea what the stakes or consequences are. And in fact, there aren't any. So calling it a moral decision isn't even an apt description, it's just a thing. This game is just a series of things that happen. It's not a story. It's all just so inherently vapid. So you join their little tea party, not because you actually like them or have any common goals, but strictly because their goals align with the principles and ambitions that have been assigned to your personal character. You are, after all, not permitted to have your own, no matter what fucking Melina tells you. So naturally, then you just start killing all of them. How does this follow? Well, it makes as little sense as the rest of this, so I might as well stop caring. And also because this isn't the first or last time this is going to happen in the game. You remember that grind spot from earlier?
I wish to anoint you a proper inductee. A knight to serve Luminary Moog, the Lord of Blood, and establish a new dynasty. Luminary Moog has strength, vision, and of course, love. So, what do you say, my lambkin?
Yeah, again, I'm expected to join a cult in order to advance through the game. I don't have any idea what I'm signing up for because there are names and concepts being thrown at me with no context provided. There are no dialogue options, so I can't ask questions. There's no codex to cross-reference any info. Get your fucking bingo cards out. So without looking up the lore online, these things mean nothing to me. And the only reason that I would ever consent to this is due to out-of-game knowledge that this will take me somewhere that I need to be, namely the grind spot. And again, this all rubs me the wrong way, at least until I remember that the only other way to reach the grind spot is by doing a series of tasks that I wouldn't know about without outside knowledge. So really, there's no honest way to do this, and it's necessary in order to finish this game before I expire in my 90s. If it weren't for this grind spot, this 120-hour playthrough would probably be closer to 300 hours. Now luckily, this decision doesn't have any meaning or lasting consequences because, after all, why would it have any meaning or lasting consequences? Nothing else in this fucking game does. It doesn't advance the plot because they didn't write a plot. But I said it, I said the word, so let's do this one last time. I found a brand new dungeon that I've never played through before. This one, while not fun, is at least visually interesting, with the transparent ice and jellyfish. Anyway, this dungeon was significantly longer than the last, clocking in at 17 minutes and 43 seconds, and earned me 147,796 runes. Not a bad haul, right? Can the grind spot even surpass this? Well, 17 minutes and 43 seconds later, we have an answer. Yes, over 500,000 runes, 500,000 runes. Again, blowing dungeon exploration out of the water and into oblivion. And this is not even the optimal grinding method. If you're using Renan's hurricane swords, you can clear out waves of enemies in seconds, and in that 17 minutes, you can earn yourself over 1,000,000 runes. And that is not even the optimal grinding method. But let's not get distracted here. I like to make this clear. Doing this is fucking boring. This is fucking boring, but it's as good as it gets. It's the only way to complete this game before you die of grayscale, and it's still somehow less boring and infuriating than playing the game through suboptimal means. I spent about 35 minutes in this dungeon, and it was among the worst experiences that I have ever had playing a game, any game. After half an hour of backtracking and running in fucking circles, I realized that I have not the patience, care, or lifespan to devote additional time to solving whatever dumbass puzzle I'm somehow failing to reason my way through here. I have had more fun scraping shit off of the bottom of my shoe than I have playing this dungeon. And you, the player, know damn well going in that you won't be getting anything that resembles a suitable reward for the time invested. That's not good. That ain't much of a motivator. There's not a chance in hell that I'm making 2,000,000 runes from this dungeon, and in fact, I'm leaving empty-handed, time utterly wasted because I had to kill myself to get out of it. The inescapable knowledge that playing through this dungeon actively slows my game progress only makes it that much more infuriating. And let's keep in mind as well that 150,000 runes from completing the late game dungeon, that's less than half of a level. I would need to power through 2 dungeons to level up a single time. Let's pretend that was the norm through the whole game. The earlier dungeons were closer to 5 or 6 per level, so in reality, it's worse. The real numbers are worse. But let's pretend. I'm trying to get to level 200, and I need 2 dungeons per level. I don't see 400 fucking dungeons laying around. I will cook and eat my PlayStation live on stream if you can list all 400 dungeons in this game. That's my guarantee to you. Oh, but we're not done yet, are we? Let's say you never made it to this grind spot. Let's say that you spent your 17 minutes, 43 seconds grinding at the gay old Dragon Barrow instead. In my 17 minutes, I earned 200,000 runes. Still beating the 147 fucking thousand from the late game dungeon. Can I please see another graph? Thank you. Oh, but I'm cherry picking. I'm skewing the numbers. I also picked up a golden goose egg or whatever that sells for 20k runes in the dungeon. Well, ignoring the time that it would take to actually go and sell it, screw it. Factor it in. Another drop in the old bucket. Here's the before and after. There. Problem solved. The game's balanced now. Whoever devised this leveling system should be banished to the Shadow Realm. Let's say you're having trouble with a boss. You don't have enough health, you need to level up 10 times. Well, for the sake of this theoretical circumstance, let's estimate that it costs 3 million runes total, roughly 300,000 per level. Okay, that means that you can do this over and over again for about 53 minutes, just under an hour. Riveting. Or you can do this over and over again for the entire runtime of the movie Whiplash, except instead of like an entertaining experience, you get this on loop. Or you can do this for the entire runtime of Return of the King. And no, not the theatrical release, the extended version, over 4 hours.
4 hours!
Or you could do this for 6 fucking hours, except that you can't, because there's not enough content in the fucking game! Okay, let me come back now and reiterate my point in case you didn't get it. I am not anti-grind. The fact that you need to grind levels for experience points is not the problem. It's not a hate crime to work in grinding into a game, especially in RPG. And Elden Ring? It's not a content-light game. There's a lot of stuff here, a lot of really freaking cool stuff, but it's like they didn't want you to play it. Right, that's just it. It's stuff, it's fluff, it's there, but it's such a minor part of the game. This is like the 3rd or 4th time I've said this, but that's because it's ubiquitously true. The high rune cost per level paired with the rune distribution turns the grind into mandatory content. It turns the dungeons into optional content, and it makes optional content irrelevant. Are you seeing this? These numbers don't lie, and they're not flattering. Whether I personally like the dungeons or not, ideally you'd want the player to actually need to experience them, right? If you had, for example, the ability to reset and replay a dungeon for a decent reward, do we not think that would make for a more engaging experience, at the very least? I could spend hours tossing around ideas like this. It makes me wonder, what the hell were they doing in the studio? Did a team of people really sit down in a meeting and this was the best that came of it? There can't actually be people out here who think that this is a good leveling system, right? Like this is a good way to structure your game, to steer players away from content by exclusively rewarding repetitive grinds instead? But shit, what am I saying? The diehards want a game that's difficult to get through. So logically, right, the worse the grind is, the more painful the experience, the better. You don't want a fun or satisfying leveling experience, you want it to be grueling. You want it to be punishing. The more you suffer, the more street cred you get. The struggle is real.
Difficulty settings can be fine in video games if you want to make video games for like a wide audience of people. I think that's super cool and super fine. But I also really like the idea of games with no difficulty settings. It's almost like being a minority in the world.
Wait,
when 2 black people in America see each other, they're like, bruh, like we have a shared experience that transcends anything we can communicate. Like we both know shit about each other, even without knowing anything about each other, because we have like a shared experience. And I think that games with no difficulty settings are similar. You talk to a dude that's like, you beat Dark Souls? I beat Dark Souls. Like, brother.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, fuck. We was Dark Souls. Do you get an inward pass when you beat Dark Souls? Is it in the credits? No, Nimrod, it comes in the mail. You gotta go check the mail. This is what came in the mail, I guess. I guess this is it, I guess. No, it's right there, officer. It clearly says... Because I did finish the game, unfortunately. Hey, wait, you know what that means? Yes, once you've come full circle and completed the game, you can come back here and learn the game's story after the fact from this guy. Now, my friend here tells an interesting tale. See this? The nearby mage school was pissed about something for some reason and decided to attack this castle, which was loyal to somebody. But the mages weren't prepared for the fact that this castle has magic. And the one weakness of mages is magic. So the magic of the magic family of mages was so powerful that nobody can storm the castle except for me for some reason to fight through the hordes of magical defenders to reach the mage behind it all, who is the daughter of the head mistress of the mage school? The one who got involved and did something to cause phase 2 of that fight? So let me get this straight. Ranni is the daughter of the Banana Queen. The Banana Queen is the boss of the magic school. Her daughter is the boss of this magic castle. But there was a war between these forces. But hold on now. When I stormed the school and fought their boss, the boss of the opposing castle came to her aid. So Ranni takes offense when I attack the enemy's stronghold. Okay, but when I storm Ranni's magic castle to the point of charging right into her bedroom to confront her, she'll just hand wave that away and ask me to do her laundry. You know, it's a damn good thing that we don't have a previous line of dialogue that establishes how she feels about intruders.
Foul trespasser.
Damn, it's almost like there's no logical through line to any of these characters. It's almost like there's no consistency because there was nothing there from the start. It's almost like they're making things up as they go along and character motivations don't just change every hour but never even existed. But hold on, I take it all back. Ladies and body types A and B, I'd like to introduce you to the Turtle Pope. The Pope that's a turtle.
It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erdtree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radagon and Rennala of the Full Moon.
Oh man, you do not know how excited I was to find an NPC that has multiple dialogue options. Holy shit. Please, Mr. Turtle Pope, please tell me everything about who this Radagon fellow is and why he matters.
You wish to know more of Lord Radagon? Lord Radagon was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host. When he met Lady Rennala in battle, he soon repented his territorial aggressions there, and became husband to the Carian Queen.
Wait, gonna stop you right there. He repented his territorial aggressions by annexing their land? The dude invaded and then stayed to rule the place. That's like Genghis Khan repented his territorial aggression every time another nation surrendered to him. Are you serious? But okay, let's not get distracted. We're here to learn about Rennala and the castle situation.
You wish to know more of Lady Rennala? She is Queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Rea Lucaria.
Okay, governor of the academy which attacked her daughter's castle, which also belongs to her?
This territory once belonged to the Carian royal family. Their manor lies not far beyond this point.
Yeah, that's confirmed. That's her, the governor of the academy, attacking her own manor where her daughter lives. She is the head of both the manor and the academy, which attacked themselves?
And then, when the academy rebelled against the royals,
her own academy, governed by her, rebelling against herself, as she is the head of her own royal family, which runs the rebelling academy.
She was locked away in the Grand Library.
Right, the library at the top of the academy, which she runs. The library with the unlocked door, which she was allegedly locked behind? And locked away by who? Her own forces? You just said that she runs the damn place. She's clearly not being locked away, least of all by her own goons. Now this just isn't helping at all. This actually makes less sense now. I would love to hear somebody try to explain and justify how each of these lines can coexist in a functioning story.
This territory once belonged to the Carian royal family. Their manor lies not far beyond this point.
She is Queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Rea Lucaria. The Academy rebelled against the royals.
When the Rea Lucaria Academy turned on the Carians, the Knights of the Cuckoo descended on this tract. After leveling it, they carried on to the manor The Carians were taken off guard, but their strength had not waned, and they repelled the knight's onslaught by conjuring an enchanted snare that remains potent to this day. That is why I say, Tarnished, don't go near the manor, unless you wish to lie with the corpses of the heedless knights of the Cuckoo.
Right, so ignoring everything else you just said, which makes no sense, that last bit, right? About how there's a dangerous and potent magical barrier to my entry?
I've explained the peril of the enchanted snare.
When I heard this, I genuinely thought that this was the game's way of saying, you need to come back later in order to gain entry to this area. Like I needed a key or something. No, it's just, you just run through it. On foot even. And wait, I learned this too in the 80 hours that it took to get back here and hear this dialogue for a second time. The bow bitch at the end of this castle is also on the big tree? The second big tree? Why? What's the relation there? I can't even begin to figure that one out because I don't know what the evil tree is, who's on it, why they're on it, why it matters. So, setting aside the nonsense over here, what is the tree? Is this the evil tree that's, what, competing with the good tree? Which is actually bad, so I burn it? Or is this like a failed second world tree planted by Fandral Staghill? I would ask if maybe we could get an NPC standing out front to explain the story to us, but some fucking good it did back here, so why bother? And let me say this too before I move on. I think I get what they were going for with the story. I think, possibly, I have a vague grasp on what they were attempting to do. And a definitive statement like that is the sign of a well-told story. It is interesting that this story has no antagonist, no one villain or monster that we're struggling against. Instead, it appears to be a story about factions vying for supremacy of this continent. It actually sounds familiar. The problem is how empty the land and the story are. The audience has no solid information on what any of these factions are or why they matter. Whenever we interact with something resembling a faction, we don't have any grasp as to who they are or why, and we simply kill them indiscriminately. You want to have factions, but you have no characters. I think you could count on one hand the total number of faction members that you might encounter during your playthrough. There's Ranni, of course, White Mask, then this guy's supposed to represent a faction. Volcano Manor has a grand total of 2 NPCs that I can talk to. Now that's deep. So right, anyway, I burned down the tree. Oops. See, the one singular goal that I had in my adventure was to deliver Melina to the tree. So I did that, but we hit a little snag and couldn't get inside.
You were unable to enter the Erdtree, no? Prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erdtree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act, so I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me.
So I thought, cool, let's go on another little quest, let's get a little magic blowtorch of some sort, and just gently burn through those thorns so that we can open the Elden door.
Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Erdtree is the first cardinal sin.
Cardinal sin? What is that? What does that mean?
This is the first I've heard of that.
Jimmy, this is the first I've heard of that.
And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too?
No. I never said that. How would I have possibly said that if nobody up until this point has mentioned a death rune to me? This is the first I've heard of that, and apparently I'm the one who said it. But it would seem a new motivation has been assigned to our character. We are now going to find the death rune and use it to commit a cardinal sin. Now, accepting the game's logic that I should know what the tree is, why it matters, why it's important, know what it means to burn it, understand some level of consequence to burning it, how it affects the world, understand the morality of burning the tree, and be able to develop an opinion about the choice ahead of me. Right. So if we blindly accept all of that, then it comes time to analyze the information presented to us over the past few dozen hours, somewhere between 40 and 70-ish hours, and make a weighty decision about whether to burn the tree or not, because it seems kind of fucking important, or at least it seems like it's supposed to be. Remember the ashes of Andraste from Dragon Age? The game actually did the legwork to inform you about how important Andraste, and by extension her urn and her ashes, are. Going on a quest to find them and having the option to defile them actually means something as a result. Meanwhile, in Elden Ring, you simply state, for the first time some 70 hours in, that I'm going to burn down the tree and that it's a cardinal sin, with no setup. And what's worse, you don't get to make a decision!
Think not of the kindling. I shall see to that. All I ask of you is to make the journey to the snowy mountain tops of the giants, far above the clouds. I know I'm asking you to commit a cardinal sin, but it must be done to reach the path beyond. And that is the path I wish to travel. What is your mind?
You don't know how excited I got when I heard this dialogue conclude with an open-ended question. I was actually thrilled by the prospect of being able to respond with maybe one or two dialogue choices, but you saw it. There's nothing. There's none. That's just it. She directly asks me a question and you cannot answer it. It's infuriating. And I fell for this twice. I fell for this in my second playthrough, like a dog who thinks he's about to get a treat. This just comes off as another direct fuck you to the audience. Railroading you into a new character motivation, informing you that it's a moral atrocity, asking how you feel about it, and then not letting you respond. Fuck you.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
So yeah, in the end, the game decides on your behalf that you want to burn down the tree. Right. Not that you want to find a non-sinful way to do it, not that you just want to burn the thorns that block your path, but that you want the full 9/11. You're gonna burn the whole thing down. How's that for thoughts and principles? Look at this scene. It's shot like I'm supposed to fucking care, but you skipped the part where you gave me a reason to care. I'm more just confused as to what's happening and why, especially when I wake up in Cloud City. Right, I'm here, and now I'm here. How? Why? Would somebody in the class like to come up front and work this problem out on the board? Did Melina teleport me here? Does she have that power? Can she just teleport me places? Why didn't she do that earlier? But let's think through this logically based on these story pieces that have been provided to me. I just committed a cardinal sin, and the next thing I know, I'm in this bizarre flying hellscape. It must be that I've been sent here for my crimes or something. Like this is an actual hell world. But wait, to get here, I just followed the grace. The grace is guiding me to destroy the tree? Why? Isn't a cardinal sin a little antithetical to this whole grace concept? Whatever grace even is, not that I know. This sounds like it could be really interesting, deep even. I wish they'd tell me a story. But thinking back on it all, again, none of this makes sense. Just how many deity figures are in this game? Obviously there's Grace, the Tarnished are guided by Grace.
Indeed. Grace's guidance holds the answers.
And Grace is of the Erdtree.
This tiny golden aura is the grace of the Erdtree.
So that's two, because they can't be the same thing. But wait, it's the ring that's beckoning me.
If the rays of grace signal the castle, then the Elden Ring beckons you.
So there's that too.
The Tarnished were spurned by Grace, forsaken by the Two Fingers.
But wait, no, I'm being spurned by Grace? I thought it was guiding me.
And now they ask you to mend their crumbling world?
The Fingers are asking me to mend the world? When did that happen?
How long will it be, I wonder, before the Tarnished tire of obeisance to the Two Fingers?
I don't know, but I guess that I obey them.
The greater will is pleased.
Okay, there's also the greater will, whatever that is.
Now, seek the Erdtree and an audience with Queen Marika.
Oh, and Queen Marika. She's a goddess as well.
Please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika.
So that's all well and good. We have 6 deities. And let's be honest, I'm probably missing a few other deities here. Apparently there's 3 fingers as well, which I can't even comment on. We never gain any understanding as to who or what or why any of these are significant. And in fact, each of these 6 names seem to be used almost interchangeably and only referenced in conversation to add a sense of significance or urgency to what's being said. It's cheap, lazy shit writing to just cite vague deity figures without giving us any background as to how they matter in this world, particularly given that, as I suggest, these terms are just being used interchangeably. The only counter to this being that every reference to these deity figures contradicts other lines of dialogue. The grace is guiding me, and the grace is the Erdtree, and the Elden Ring is guiding me, but the tree has spurned me, but the grace hasn't, but it has. Queen Marika wants the fingers to want us to go into the tree, which is using grace to beckon us in, where the ring is beckoning us. So they're all the exact same thing? Again, I'd love to watch the mental gymnastics of somebody trying to justify how these things can each coexist in a functioning story.
If the rays of grace signal the castle, then the Elden Ring beckons you.
Are you familiar with grace? The golden light that gives life to you, Tarnished. You may also behold its golden rays, pointing in a particular direction at times. That is the guidance of grace, a path that a Tarnished must travel.
The rays of grace that guide you through your burden.
It will lead you, Tarnished, to the path you are meant to follow. The Tarnished was spurned by grace.
This tiny golden aura is the grace of the Erdtree. Set the Erdtree aflame.
Oh, rise now, ye Tarnished, ye dead who yet live.
Those who live in death should be left well alone.
She is queen, head of the Carian royal family, and governor of the Academy of Lucaria. The Academy rebelled against the royals.
Please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika.
Queen Marika the Eternal is nowhere to be found.
Now, seek the Erdtree and an audience with Queen Marika.
Slay the god Marika, who cursed us all.
Of course, what am I talking about? This is a fragmented story. It's not supposed to be cohesive. Wait. What was that a second? Did I just glaze over that?
Slay the god Marika, who cursed us all.
She cursed us? What curse? This is the first I've heard of any curse. What are you talking about? What is that? Okay, this is it. I'm convinced they are actually just making this stuff up as they go. That's why I'm this late in the video. Fuck, this late in my playthrough. Fuck, this late in my second playthrough, and I still don't know what the goal of my original quest was. Now, I don't doubt for a second that any stan in the comments can explain the plot to me, but I'd like to remind you, that's not your job. I don't want you to explain it. A story should be self-explanatory. No player should be able to drudge through this entire game and come away without so much as a limp grasp on what their quest even was. Here's a list of all the supposed objectives that the Tarnished player character appears to have. Meet Queen Marika. Collect the shards to build the Elden Ring. Become the Elden King. Restore the Golden Order. Destroy the Elden Tree. Repair the Elden Queen. Kill a god for Queen Marika. Kill Queen Marika. Kill the Elden Beast. Oh, what's that? I haven't even mentioned that last one yet. Is it because new shit is being thrown at us at random as the story goes on? Is it because they keep dropping new ideas that contradict others that came before it? Is it because none of these things are set up or fleshed out in any way? Yes, all of that. So I ask again, which of those is the goal of the player character? Effectively none of them, despite what a few contrived lines of dialogue want you to think. The grace, the tree, the ring, the fingers, the queen, all of these have been said at various points to be guiding us on our quest to do one of these things. Because the writers have no fucking clue what they're doing, or they just blatantly don't care. When realistically, the only thing that's resembled a cohesive story thread was striking up a bargain with Melina in the first 20 minutes of the game. And I say again, same starting point as Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet meets Clank and they strike up a deal.
If you could use your ship to take me to the coordinates contained in this infobot, I might be able to gather further information there.
Even if I wanted to, I can't. I'm missing a crucial component of the ship.
The robotic ignition system.
How did you know that?
I, sir, happen to be equipped with the latest in robotic ignition systems. My programming allows me to start any ship I choose.
So, I agree to take you to this wherever it is, and you get my ship started for me?
Clank will play the role of a finger maiden if Ratchet will deliver him to Captain Quark to warn him about Drek's evil plan, so Simple as that. They've joined forces and they go on the aforementioned quest. However, when they meet Captain Quark, he betrays them and tries to kill them. Ratchet blames Clank and the two have a falling out. Now you see the pact broken, and both characters have two separate motivations and goals going forward. Clank wanted to find Quark to stop Drek. Once he learned that Quark isn't going to help them, he realizes that he doesn't need them if he can just convince Ratchet to help. However, he finds Ratchet to be selfish and arrogant. And Ratchet never cared about stopping Drek. He was only on this adventure for its own sake. The only reason he's here is because his deal with Clank gave him the ability to leave his home planet and explore the galaxy. It's intriguing to see the same dynamic from the beginning of the game play out here after their falling out.
What do you know about me? You've spent this whole time looking for Quark. You don't know anything about me.
I know that you will do the right thing.
Well, right now the thing I want to do is find Quark. How do you start this stupid thing?
Have you forgotten? You need a robotic ignition system. I will start the ship if you agree to help that commando.
So, blackmail is it?
But Ratchet's not the same guy as the beginning of the game. He now has his own motives. He wants to find Quark. He wants revenge. You see, in some stories, there are consequences when a character lies to you and attempts to kill you. So for the next act of the story, you have the two protagonists at odds with one another, but forced to work together as they both drag the other toward their own goals until eventually they settle their differences. Are you noticing how you can follow a character through the plot, recognize their goals and motivations, how they interact with other characters, how they react and change in response to story events? You can't do that in Elden Ring. Your Tarnished has neither the motivation of a pre-written character or the agency of a player-written character. They're used instead as a puppet for a meandering, unfocused, undefined, vague plot. In situations where you need structure and exposition, you aren't provided any. In moments where you need freedom and agency, you aren't afforded any. The game can assign your character new motivations at any given time to suit whatever is going on in the heads of the writers at that point in development. Really, what can you tell me about your character? They follow 6 or more undefined deities on a quest to find a suicidal tree and join 2 or 3 cults on the way there? Just because? I can't explain why Mortissimo, my own character, is doing any of the things he's doing, so you can bet your ass I can't explain what any other character is up to. I think Fia's little story, though, is just peak Elden Ring. It's the finest. It doesn't get better than this. So she gives me one of her wonderful hugs, and you can only imagine how excited I am. She's got a quest for me. A quest? A story to advance for me? Holy shit!
My dear, might I ask something of you? Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them? A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to have it back, if you wouldn't mind.
So it turns out, Captain D knows who it belongs to, and he'll help me on my quest. Sweet.
I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work bringing this to me.
So later you stumble onto this scene. Captain D laying dead in a pool of blood and Fia sitting next to him. Oh man, what happened here?
Finally, it is returned to its rightful place. The stolen Hallowbrand of the exalted noble. And now, I must bid you goodbye as well, though I ask you deliver this message to the Roundtable Hold. I am Fia, deathbed companion, hark Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the exalted. We who humbly live in death, live in waiting, to one day welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise, the Lord of the many and the meek.
Oh, this is amazing. So yeah, let's let's recap. You pass the dagger to Captain D for safekeeping, and the next you see of any of these characters, one of them is dead and the other is just there and rambles a bunch of incomprehensible shit at you. Just a laundry list of jargon items that have never been mentioned up until this point. And the cherry on top, she drops all of this wacky bullshit, devoid of exposition, and then just dematerializes, never to be seen again. I never see or hear another thing about her for the remainder of my playthrough. But setting aside the fact that none of what she said has any value at all because the writers never bothered to establish any of that shit beforehand, let's try to rationalize what this does mean in the narrative. Firstly, how on earth did we get from point A to point B? What manner of wacky shenanigans transpired off-screen, which, by the way, best method to advance important plot points, just have them occur off-screen. Like, what happened? Why is he dead? Did somebody kill him? I don't know if that's possible. I mean, it definitely wasn't Fia. Nobody's able to attack one another in Roundtable Hold, as has been firmly established. And what of her last line? Go now, tell all of Roundtable Hold. Like, okay, I'd be glad to do that. So you go make your rounds, and you can tell absolutely nobody. There is not a single dialogue option on any character here to even acknowledge that any wacky shenanigans just transpired at all. And this is quickly becoming less funny and starting to piss me off again. By what dumbfuck metric do you determine that it is okay to write a story in this way? To have characters preside over the aftermath of incomprehensible events that take place off-screen, name drop several ideas, characters, and concepts that have at no point been established prior, make the supposed effort to set up a continuation of this plot thread by directing the player on how to continue, and then not follow through with scripting that continuation. All the while having a character literally, visibly vanish from the plot. Oh shit, no wait, no, something's happening. Now the smith is missing. Oh. No, that's just... he's just not rendered in. I really had my hopes up, like I thought the plot was advancing, but no, it's just those famous loading screens, doing fuck all, I guess.
The fingers expect as much from you as they do young Gideon.
Gideon? Who the hell is that? This is the first I've heard of a Gideon, I think. You don't mean the Bible character, do you? No, get this is great. I just realized during the editing of this video, this guy is Gideon. This absolute joke of a boss fight that I beat in 29 seconds. 29 seconds! This boss fight is shorter than the loading screen. Yeah, I'd say I show more promise than whoever the hell this was. Yeah, you show more potential than fucking Gideon. Yeah, the special ed kid from middle school shows more potential than Gideon. You know the one. And I'll do you one better. Despite playing through the game twice, I only just now, while editing this video, realized who this is. It's this fucking guy. What the fuck, Ethan?
What a twist!
So the Roundtable guy is betraying me? I guess this was supposed to be a big dramatic reveal. I gotta admit, your big Shyamalan twist doesn't hit very hard if the audience doesn't even realize that it happened until 3 months after the fact. And this one was just genuinely completely lost on me because this comes with, as you guessed it, absolutely no setup. Your big "I betrayed you" reveal doesn't really work when you never gave me a reason to give a shit about this character in the first place. This pointy plank of a man is so lacking in personality and development that I forgot he existed and didn't recognize him when I saw him. It's the equivalent of like a cashier at Walmart stopping you on the street like, "Hey man, how you been? How was that candy bar you bought?" And then being offended when you don't recognize him on sight. I mean, it doesn't help that I can't really see him. He's just this little guy way over there. It's like a Bigfoot sighting. Even if I had recognized him, this grand betrayal comes completely out of left field. And his dialogue definitely didn't help me to realize who he was, because anything that he's saying appears to be completely out of character for the friendly librarian with maybe 90 seconds of screen time that we knew up until this point. Let alone understanding whatever the fuck he's actually talking about, because everything he's saying is, as usual, vague and nebulous.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring. To become Elden Lord. What a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us.
If this was supposed to give me increased insight into his motivation, it didn't, because it just adds to the growing pile of shallow contradictions already thrown at me. If his master plan was to... I don't fucking know what his master... I don't fucking know what his master plan here was, aside from... don't have an Elden King? Then why is there a dedicated order of Knights of the Round Table who allegedly exist to vaguely help me on my quest? And he, I guess, is working for Queen Marika, who again, I'm supposed to go have tea with. No, kill her. No, kill a god to save her. No, she's guiding me. No, she's betrayed us. No, she's missing. No, we pray to her. No, just... fuck. I really wonder if this was supposed to come off as like a bunch of powerful forces scheming against each other, like some sort of elaborate game of chess, but with thrones. But that doesn't translate at all. This is less a web of agendas and schemes and more a Jackson Pollock painting with any interpretational value left entirely in the hands of the consumer. And another question here, why did he die? Really, why is this character dead? Why didn't the screen just cut to black and then fade back in and he's just a vendor now? I mean, it's how it worked with the last librarian that I fought. I mean, sure, it doesn't make any logical sense, but it didn't make any sense the first time, and I want to date his daughter, damn it, not hers. But how's this for dramatic reveals? You come up to the tree and it's Godfrey. Godfrey? Wait, you're alive? Bro, I fought your ghost a few hours ago. No, I was under the impression that you've been, like, dead for hundreds of years. I seriously thought all this Elden Lord stuff was, like, actual ancient history, but I guess it's only been, what, 6, 7 years? This whole dynasty or whatever is just a handful of years old? I don't quite know, but thankfully for him, I don't really give a shit, and this stays true when he reveals he has 2 names, I guess? Am I supposed to care? Just so we're clear here, that name means absolutely nothing to me. Really, you cannot just show up here like... It's me, Austin! And I'm gonna go, ah, son of a bitch, it's Horalux, that character who I've never heard of before.
Dog, I have never in my life been alerted to your existence.
Is this name seriously supposed to mean something to me? Because, you guessed it, this is the first I've heard of this. This is effectively a brand new character thrown into the story at the 11th hour. Even if your name was technically mentioned a single time in passing as an unexplained bullet point in a larger info dump over 100 hours ago, I don't know who the fuck you are. You were never allocated any significance in the plot, and your presence holds no weight. Like, the best that I can gather is that this guy is Nefeli's birth father, and that's the big reveal? Like, this is Mori? I mean, I'm gonna need to see the DNA results myself, because I do not see the resemblance. Oh, no, he has a wind attack. Oh, no, that's setup. I take it all back. That was clever. Look, dude, I don't know who the hell you are. I don't know what you're doing here, and I certainly don't care because the writers did nothing to set this up beforehand. I'm like a broken record here. I don't know why they did this. I don't know why they do any of this. Why they don't do the things they should, or why I even bothered getting my hopes up that this game had anything coherent to say. Because instead, we're dealing with the half-assed ramblings of a washed-up writer who cares nothing about the fans of his work and is more concerned with kissing the ass of the current gaming zeitgeist in a desperate attempt to save face. Again, the lack of care for these characters displayed here shouldn't surprise me given the typical trajectory of Jar Jar Martin characters. Characters he's so content to just sell down the river.
It's just weird. The reality of what they are to each other, I don't know how that's gonna, I think kind of might be the reaction.
This is what happens when ambition outpaces capability. I'd like to say something like that. That sounds nice, but it's not what I believe. I don't think that there was a lot of ambition here. I don't think the developers cared to make something great because clearly they didn't need to. The fans are satisfied with this. The final boss, the climax, the grand conclusion to this masterful tale is a giant monster which has never been alluded to or referenced prior that just shows up to fight you. And no idea what it is, why it's here, why it matters, but here it fucking is. Just look, when Borderlands did this, a game that I loved, I criticized it then too. But even then, it's a deliberate anti-climax, having been hunting a treasure the whole game just to discover this. Oh my god, this is... This is so bad. It's reframing Borderlands, making it look like Moby Dick by comparison. Is it really so much to ask that a story offer a comprehensible narrative, provide sufficient information to the audience to explain what's happening on screen, or how, or why? Maybe there's something wrong with me. Why do I keep expecting a logical through line from point A to point B to point C? At the end of the day, we don't have a story to tell, do we? Just quit thinking about it and enjoy the product. Shut your brain off, don't ask why you're here, how you got here, what you're doing, why you're doing it, and instead devote that brain power to studying frame data so that you can learn how to clip through invisible hitboxes. This brings us, at last, to our good friend Ethan Ralph, the Godskin Noble. This guy right here, let me tell you, if anyone that you encounter in your daily life tells you that this is a well-crafted boss fight, they are lying to you. I don't know what they're up to, what they're trying to get out of you, but just be cautious. This encounter exemplifies nearly every single thing that is wrong with Elden Ring's combat system, and in particular, its boss fights. What few failings this particular fight lacks, a certain other fight makes up for. And it's not that people enjoy this fight in spite of its failings, it's that the failings are consumed as positives. It's shit, but it's enjoyed strictly because it's hard, and it's hard strictly because it's shit. As usual, the developers can design an attack in any shape or size that they think will impress the player with spectacle, and whether or not it fits in the context of the fight, or any fight, is irrelevant. We're retreading ground here, but it needs to be said. There's no consequence to programming a shitty attack, because it's incumbent on the player alone to make the attack tolerable in its context, by the exploitation of the invincibility afforded by the dodge mechanic. The difficulty of the game is entirely dependent on the permissive existence of the invincibility mechanic. It's not a feature of the combat, it's the core of the combat. It's the dollar store scotch tape holding these dilapidated encounters together. Given all that we've seen in the story up to this point, these concepts feel eerily familiar.
Let me ask you something. Are you here in the lands between to take up the fight?
In this classic line, the fight can refer to anything that the developers want it to refer to, or more realistically, it's supposed to mean whatever the player thinks it means. It is intentionally vague. The vagary is a tool. It allows the players to fill in the blanks in all the worst ways. The developers don't need to write a coherent story with functional characters, because an incomplete story leaves room for the players to interpret a story even when none is told. It's no longer incumbent on the writers to tell the story. This isn't dissimilar to the combat system, where fights such as this are very blatantly unfinished, but a certain tool is in place to sidestep this. Let's say that you're playing like a particularly difficult song in Guitar Hero. Always a fun time, right? It's difficult, but it's fun. And even when you fail, chances are you'll do better on your next attempt because you've learned a little more about the challenge in front of you. It is literally in front of you. You are given the combinations and orders of buttons that you need to hit, and whether you can do so is entirely a question of your own dexterity, your own technical proficiency. That sounds a lot like Elden Ring, right? Wrong! Elden Ring is almost the exact opposite, I'd argue. While you're playing, you may be provided with a visual representation of what you're meant to do, but what you're seeing may be completely inaccurate to the invisible hitboxes that actually govern whether you win or lose. It's like playing Guitar Hero, but instead of the notes coming out in a comprehensible sequence, they're thrown at you at random. And that's not so bad, you can live with that until you realize that some of the notes are invisible, and notes might suddenly change to a different color right before they hit you. And sometimes, despite the visual cues, you have to hit the wrong note in order to win. But let's ignore the elephant in the room and address, well, the room itself. The arena here is an interesting one. It's clearly got a lot of potential for a boss room. Sure, it automatically goes on my shit list due to this smoke door back here warning you that the boss fight is coming. I have to ask, why is that there? Was this just an oversight by the devs to have this render in before the fight? That is, after all, not what we normally see. Or did they intend to warn you of a coming boss fight? I, for one, saw this as soon as I approached the building and thought, hey, I better be wary of that door when I come to it, because there's a boss fight on the other side of that door, only to be blindsided by a boss before I reach that door. Was this the intent? To fool players into thinking that there was consistency to the game design? To punish them for being attentive enough to recognize the patterns of your own game mechanics? That can't be it. I'll admit it, guys, you subverted my expectations. I honestly didn't think you were this incompetent. Because it's either that, or you intentionally decided to sidestep your own design conventions with the intent of attacking the player from the meta, which is just shiesty as fuck. Now, every bit of what I just said about this door also applies to what role the arena plays in the boss encounter. As I said, it had potential, but it's absolutely squandered by the developer's skewed priorities, content to release a broken boss fight that is difficult rather than a fine fine-tuned and satisfying battle. The first fixture which sticks out to the player, aside from the breakable chairs, because chairs are breakable in this game, would be the pillars positioned all through the arena. Now, anyone who's played a video game before, or possesses the standard survival instincts of a common mammal, would rationally expect that you can position this pillar between yourself and your aggressor to use it as cover. However, and I wish I were making this up, the boss can just hit you through solid objects that are obstructing his path. What can I even say about this that I haven't said already? But shit, it hasn't stopped me before, so you know, I'm just gonna reread an earlier line from this script in which I said, "The developers' skewed priorities leave them content to release a broken boss fight that is difficult rather than a fine-tuned and satisfying battle." Yes, this fight is a lot harder when the enemy can just clip through walls and hit you despite taking cover. However, clipping does not a good boss fight make. I mean, sure, any game will inevitably have some graphical quirk, an enemy, even a boss, clipping through another object. But never in my life have I seen it used as a mechanic of the battle. This is working as intended. Do I honestly need to write up a thesis on why it is a bad thing to program actors to clip through solid objects in a video game? I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I think it goes without saying that if a team of competent developers had spent time and effort working on this fight, they may have, I don't know, maybe included a feature by which the boss's sword attacks glance off the pillars upon striking them? Or hell, perhaps even damage and destroy the pillars as the fight progresses. The presence of these pillars opens up the opportunity to turn this into a great, dynamic, interesting boss battle. But we can't have that. We can't have quality of life improvements because the fans don't want that. They want difficulty, and leaving in blatantly broken bullshit like this makes the encounter harder to complete. Now, my other least favorite boss fight in the game, Malakath, Daedric Lord of the Orcs, has many of these same issues. In addition to not knowing who he is, what he's doing, why he's here, why I'm here, or why I'm fighting him, he's also an incredibly shoddily designed boss battle. Why is that?
Simple. I'm bullshit.
For starters, he's got an attack with hitboxes like this. Again, do you need a damn term paper to explain why this is bad? Do you not think that if the developers weren't total hacks, that they'd either adjust the visuals of this attack to reflect how it actually functions, or... Wait, fuck, it seems to me, in my experience, which again, ain't much, but it actually takes way more time to create a separate entity from the model which functions as an incongruent hitbox, like twice as long. So the devs are either entirely inept or grossly ill-motivated and going out of their way to make the fight harder by mismatching attack models and hitboxes. But look around. You see that this fight is also set in an arena that's dotted with pillars? Well, just the same rules apply here, and the boss can attack through the pillar. I guess that's consistency. This is less egregious in the first phase of the fight, usually. Nah, it's pretty bad here too. But it goes absolutely off the rails in the second phase of the fight when the boss begins to do things like this. Now there's a boss in Persona 4 called the Contrarian King. Sounds like my kind of guy. And he possesses something that I've long referred to as an ultimate kill move. Now what is an ultimate kill move? Why, it's an attack which, upon using, will instantly kill its opponent with a nearly perfect success rate. For most players, the Contrarian King is the first really difficult battle that they'll encounter in their playthrough, and everyone who's watching a video of this boss fight knows exactly why they're here. Rampage killed me in one shot. Rampage, boys! This guy just keeps using Rampage. I was hoping to learn a strategy, but I guess the strategy is just be really lucky. Yeah, he's got this attack called Rampage, which kills your entire party instantly, and he can use it at any time. It's purely RNG. There's a set chance any given turn that he might suddenly decide to use his ultimate kill move. He might use it every turn, or he might never use it at all. It's just a roll of the dice. What the fuck? You used Rampage against me second turn. Why does he take so long to use it on you? The uploader of this video says, it took me a few attempts, but after a couple of hours, I finally got good RNG. Funny, that's how I beat Malakath. Now this, as much as I love Persona 4, is a very poorly made boss fight. I think that goes without saying. As this commenter pointed out, whether you succeed or fail to beat this fight is based on whether the boss decides to instantly kill you or not. There are ways to increase your chance of survivability, but that doesn't negate the fact that the boss does still possess an ultimate attack that he can throw at you at any time. That's inherent to the fight. No matter what you bring to the table, that is factually how the battle functions. My game crashed after beating him. You poor fuck. I was level 30 and he still killed me with Rampage at 75% health. This is easily the most bizarre loss I have ever had in a video game. This guy has not played Elden Ring. So similarly, Malakath, Daedric Lord of the Orcs, has his own ultimate kill move. At any given point during stage 2 of this fight, he can levitate into the air, fly across the entire arena in a split second, clip through every single obstacle between the two of us, and instantly kill me. An attack that I cannot react or respond to because he is out of my line of sight because he is on the other side of a solid object that he can attack me through. He's not hard, his Rampage ability is just annoying. Facts. You dumbass! Have you considered what makes the Rampage ability annoying? Could it be that the ability can instantly kill you at any time? Is it perhaps true that a boss who possesses an ability that will instantly kill you is in fact demonstrably hard as a result? Can we not also extrapolate that a boss which derives its difficulty from annoying bullshit is a poorly designed boss? I think we can. Now, I've said this before, I'm pretty sure that any pro gamers in the chat can review my gameplay footage and make observations about how I'm playing poorly. But I'll reiterate this as well. No matter what I bring to the table, the facts remain the same. This is an ability that this boss possesses. At any given time, he can suddenly decide to wraith across the arena with his ultimate move. If I got better, pulled off this more often, the boss would not suddenly lose the ability to clip through walls. The shape of his hitboxes would not change. There is nothing that I or any other player can do to improve the quality of the craftsmanship on display. Your ability to play around bullshit does not negate the existence of bullshit. And this is shit. This fight is shit. The combat system is shit. Just so we're clear, those slick dodges I did earlier, when you slow down the video, you can see that every single one of the boss's attacks make full contact with me. In fact, they pierced right through me. Allow me to restate. The combat system is entirely chemically dependent on the player's ability to exempt themselves from damage. The developers know this damn well. No developer could in good faith insert an attack like this into their game unless they knew that the player had an established method to clean up the mess that they call a finished product. Because they're aware that the players have the capacity to clip through enemy attacks, they have no responsibility to craft attacks that are visually comprehensible or make sense spatially. It is a cheap trick, a get-out-of-jail-free card allowing the developers free reign to just throw shit at walls, and I find it all despicable. So all of that being said, it of course applies to Ethan Ralph as well, and his signature move. And the video really speaks for itself. What can I add that this rolling abortion doesn't already spell out for you? Well, for starters, this attack is significantly less intelligible than Malakath's big 360 no-scope attack. It's next to impossible to gauge what on earth is happening from second to second, and again, the boss and arena design do not in any way complement one another. I keep coming back to this, but the setting of an encounter is a massive component in how the encounter functions, how the player makes tactical decisions, how they position themselves, how they respond to their opponent's moves. Here's the Ingvar the Plunderer boss fight from World of Warcraft. You see the healer here, how they defensively hug the pillar? Or here, where this shithead paladin frantically dives behind the pillar to use it for cover? It's because the physical setting of the fight is integrated into the encounter. The pillars block damage from the boss's deadlier moves, which are liable to kill you in a single hit if you don't take note of your surroundings and position yourself accordingly. The pillars are part of the scenery, but aren't just there for show. They're a key feature of the encounter. There are great ways to incorporate obstacles into a fight. I have always been an advocate of obstacles and stage hazards, and Elden Ring does also offer some decent encounters which feature stage hazards. What we have here with the Dogskin Church is not that. These pillars hardly qualify as hazards unless you're considering the damage that they deal to my mental health. They're simply here, I suppose, because the developer thought they looked cool or just didn't really put thought into where they set this fight. Playing around them only highlights how poorly they're integrated into the fight, meaning not at all, and how little polish the fight has, meaning none at all. A fight like this, involving a boss who forms into a sort of round shape and rolls toward you as an attack, is not a brand new concept. However, typically, I find that these take place in a round arena to not only thematically match the roundness of the boss and their attacks, but also because it represents the best method by which to counter these attacks. The shape of your arena can affect the way you battle. And you can absolutely make a boss fight work in a setting like this church, but this boss does not belong in such a room. This becomes abundantly clear when you fight the same same boss in the Snail Cave, a large, round, open space in which he plays like a functional boss fight. It actually feels good to... No, I take that back. Because, yeah, I still haven't mentioned the fact that this move does shit like this. And this. He can just stop and go at random. This clip is listed in my notes as really bad shit move. First of all, what a visual fucking mess. You cannot convince me that a team of professionals looked at this and said, yes, this is good. This is a finished product. So our only options are they either didn't playtest it or they did playtest it and didn't give a fuck. Either way, it's bad. And either way, it's still motivated by the developers trusting that their audience won't criticize them for it. The complacency of the fans, the hunger for difficulty over all else is exactly what inspires and enables their ambivalence. But how does the fan of the Elden Ring overcome a challenge such as this, a boss that spews bullshit like this at you? Well, as I hinted at earlier, you can run in a circle to exploit the centripetal acceleration of the boss.
That's what I said, sodium chloride.
And you know what? It actually feels pretty good. Kinda. How did this hit me? Did his foot like lightly grazed me? Again, dare I ask why the decision was made to assign a precise hitbox here, but not here? Or here? But yeah, the whole running in a circle thing doesn't work nearly as well in the church because the confined space is not complementary to a boss fight like this. And the pillars are here, but the boss doesn't interact with them in any natural or logical way. Colliding with a solid object doesn't cause him to lose any sort of momentum, he simply continues to spin and turn in place. In addition to looking fucking stupid, it also plays as if it's entirely unfinished. Which it is. Do you suppose they noticed, man, the boss doesn't have enough space to use the roll move we want to give him, and the pillars don't help. This just doesn't work at all. And then decided to leave it in. They just left it in. Now again, if he broke the pillar, it's same for Malakath as well. If he just demolished the pillar on his way through, I could at least look up and say, holy shit, this guy's a threat, as opposed to just, holy shit, what am I playing? But no, you get neither the atmosphere nor application that would come from a mechanic like that. Instead, you get this. What the fuck am I playing? So if you can't run around the boss, how are you supposed to beat it? Well, I'll show you. Remember the invincibility mechanic that I keep bitching about? Here it is. You saw that right. I am clipping through the boss. What the fuck am I playing? Again, this is not an argument for realism. I have always believed that a game's realism should come second place to game mechanics. Having a fun game is more important than a realistic game. But you have to draw the line somewhere, and when you're putting shit like this into your game, you've lost the plot. When the game's most central, most fundamental combat mechanic is don't get hit by the attack or else you will instantly die, you cannot bring this vision to life by programming in bullshit like this. To avoid the thing, run quickly into the thing.
This is retarded.
The absolute mental disconnect required to put this shit together. The objective of the game is to not get hit by the enemy. This is instilled in you from the start of the game. And you accomplish this by visibly getting hit by the enemy. And not just that, but clipping through the enemy in the process. Intentionally throwing yourself into danger. Hitting the wrong note. When I say this is retarded, that's not an offensive joke. It's an accurate description of what's occurring here. You have made a retarded game. This game is developmentally disabled. What developer makes this, tests this, and decides it's good enough to put out?
Stop him at once from calling me retarded.
Now, one criticism that I have heard from fans of the game is...
The only thing that I would be hardcore critical of Dark Souls 2 for, which I think I remember, was it doesn't count as a sophisticated or well thought out boss fight if you're just making like 2 or 3 of the same fucking enemy to fight.
And they do
I feel
that
like that
a
happened
lot.
a couple times.
I think Elden Ring had that problem a little bit too, though.
It did do that a couple times in Elden Ring too. It's so annoying.
Sophisticated? Look, I hate to break it to you, superfan, but none of this is sophisticated or well thought out. Let me reiterate. This encounter is awful, and you're right, no thought was put into it. It's a splatter painting of shit thrown at a wall, but it's built on the exact same foundation as every other encounter. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the enemies are, whether they're too big, the size or shape of their attacks, whether the hitbox of their attacks match their model or make logical sense spatially, the shape or size of the arena that it's set in, whether it's enjoyable to play through. The one criteria which matters to the developers is difficulty. Never mind if it's annoying, irritating, taxing, frustrating. Is it hard? It doesn't matter how we assemble it, we can just lazily slap all this together. The player will need to figure out how to clip through the enemy attacks to play around the bullshit that we throw at them. It's the exact same design philosophy applied to every boss fight that makes it okay to release shit like this. It's rotten to its core.
Nigga.
So I spent a few minutes browsing comments on the wiki looking for somebody who echoed this criticism, but I found this guy instead. Bosses are definitely not the strong point of the game. Then again, neither is the PvP, the bland copy-pasted open world, the lore, the characters, the PvE. This guy hates this game. Shit, I mean, even I've got like a few nice things to say. Like, for example, the capital. The first time you enter the capital, I'll admit it, it's kind of magical. It feels like you've come so far since stepping out of that church or cave or wherever we came from. But what's important is that we're here now and the atmosphere is great. With nothing to propel me forward but a pact with a friendly ghost girl, I have trudged across this frightening land and arrived to find a walled city nestled beneath a great tree. You have this long, eerily quiet walk through the abandoned halls, cautious that you could be stricken down at any second by a foe lying in wait. The tension, the apprehension only growing as you continue on, ready for some unforeseen ill to befall you when you step out among the battlements and look down over the capital. It's standing here we realize we're on the precipice of something great. It's like when you watched episode 7 for the first time. You're sucked in by the visuals, the atmosphere, you're excited because you don't know what's in store for you. But for the moment, you take a deep breath and savor it. Traversing the capital is a joy, relatively speaking. As much as I despise the core combat, I have to hand it to them. You can cross the city in any way you like and you'll encounter different foes all the way there. You've got these snowman guys up on the ramparts, you have to deal with a few goons if you pass through the buildings, these big thugs patrol the streets. Then you discover that you can hop across the rooftops where gargoyles come to life and try to stop you. Again, it's pretty beautiful. It's so easy to get sucked into until you get killed by some shit that you're pretty sure shouldn't have killed you, and you're sucked out of your immersion, banished to the eternal loading screen. Yeah, then it sucks. But somehow, even still, it recaptures its own lightning in a bottle. You press on, you dive into the sewers to dodge that guy, you fight some hands from Ranni's castle, and then you get to thinking, can I climb this big ass statue thing? Will that take me closer to the tree? And you can, and it does, and it's exciting. What's it all leading up to? In case you can't tell, this was easily the high point of my experience. And then, well, we're here now, folks. This is where the shit hits the bowl, where it all comes crashing down. Welcome, at long last, to the Roundtable Hold. Not the Roundtable Hold as you know it, all lively and full of personality. Instead, it's full of burnt corpses, and... Wait, what the hell happened here? How could it be? This deep in hostile territory, I find the round table that I know so well. Have all my compatriots been slain? Corpses at their posts, their trinkets, the last remnants of their lives left where they once stood. I was blown back. My jaw dropped as I realized what was happening, where I stood. Shit just got real, and real fast. Again, I'm sucked in. I wasn't expecting a curveball like this. What can it all mean? Well, I'll tell ya. Absolutely fucking nothing! The next time you warp to Roundtable Hold, you will notice that nothing has changed. None of the horrors that you just witnessed matter in the slightest. Like, what the fuck? I was really excited by this. I thought this was the catalyst. This is where the story gets good. So what is the story? What did I just see? I literally just walked around this exact building, but it was full of everyone's burnt corpses. What's the twist? What's the revelation? Why was that there? I really thought everyone in here had died. I thought I had left the place undefended while I was out kicking ass, and that the enemy, whoever our enemy is, stormed into the place and killed everyone, and that was story progress. But no! Nothing progressed. None of that meant anything because there's no fucking story. It's like in WandaVision when Quicksilver shows up and you go, whoa, how's that possible? That Quicksilver, he's from a different universe. What's going on? I can't wait to unravel this mystery. And then he just turns out to be some guy named Dick Boner. Fucking shoot me. And yeah, that was bad, right? This is worse. By this point in the game, I've been waiting some 80 or 90 hours for something, anything resembling plot development. I know I must be closing in on something as I approach the tree, and then I stumble into the most iconic and significant locale in the game with everything set to suggest that something major has transpired, or that perhaps the Roundtable Hold as we knew it never existed. Something, right? Fucking anything? Because this bizarro Final Destination ass fuck of a reveal is never acknowledged or referenced at any point going forward. Like, you might expect to return to Roundtable Hold and find some NPC standing somewhere with just one new dialogue option, like, so you found the round... And now, hold on, that's too specific. So the Finger King, the power of the Outer Rim, has lifted the silver veil. Deception. The soul sees what the tongue shan't. I wonder, what is my role in this? Perhaps in time, son. This is indefensible, unacceptable, unpalatable, untenable. But Mr. Sheep, you don't understand. It's not Roundtable Hold. You can't expect story progression from this because it's not Roundtable Hold. It just looks similar. This is blatantly, patently, demonstrably false. But let me entertain the thought just for a second. So this building, which I'll refer to as the Garrison, the Garrison, just by chance, happens to be in the exact same shape as Roundtable Hold. I guess that's not impossible. Certainly a single architect might be responsible for the design of multiple buildings that are constructed over time. I'm sure it's just a coincidence then that while the Garrison and Roundtable Hold are two separate and unrelated locations, that the inhabitants of either building just happen to place beds, tables, bookshelves, urns, and paintings in all of the exact same spots, including on the floor. Right. I suppose there was a sale at the local IKEA so that they could purchase matching furniture, including the exact same axe and sword perforated table. Or perhaps you mean to say that they simply reused the asset that Roundtable Hold is set in. You realize that's not a good thing, right? Like, yes, it's perfectly common to reuse assets in a game. You might encounter a building of the same shape multiple times, but typically you don't want to do this with the single most iconic and central asset in the game. You do not reuse significant iconography like this without a purpose. If we're watching fake Lord of the Rings and fake Galadriel and Florgan and Dingle or whatever their names were, if they just wandered into Bag End, literally Bag End, the exact same building with the exact same architecture and furniture 3,000 years before it's built, anyone with half a brain would be losing their cool. But you'll inevitably have some shit-eating shill going, so what, they reused an asset, it doesn't matter. It fucking matters. Really, I'm supposed to just accept this? Fuck that. If your case rests on the idea that this simply doesn't matter, really, this speaks to your own tolerance level, your low expectations and standards. But let's play with that premise. Let's say they really needed to place an abandoned garrison full of menial loot in the royal capital. Let's say that they didn't have time to construct a new building model. You mean to tell me that rather than reusing one of the other buildings from the city, they chose to just reuse the model for Roundtable Hold with no regard to what implications may arise? I do not think very highly of these devs, but damn, you must have absolutely no confidence in their mental faculties. Do you suppose that they did this simply because they did not realize that it might be a bad look? Or do you think that they likewise have so little faith in their target demo that they don't care? What can I attribute to incompetence rather than malice? But okay, if we accept that this one building in all the city is a reused asset and the selection of the Roundtable Hold building model was entirely coincidental, do we then need to accept that the placement of the corpses and items was also entirely coincidental? It's a good thing there's nobody I know who wields a smithing hammer and typically stands in this exact spot.
Lay out your arms. Let's get smithing.
It's a good thing that there's nobody I know who bears a curse of some sort and typically stands in this exact spot where I found the corpse of a person bearing a curse.
You have felt the curse. I can smell it on you. The box, yet tender. Apparently my seedbed is ripe and waiting.
It's a good thing that there's nobody I know who sits on this balcony or in this room for me to logically extrapolate that these are their corpses. Because, just to be clear here, I did cover the story events a little out of order in this video, but what you're seeing on screen happened before Fia disappeared and before Roger died. This was the first bit of anything that I encountered which resembled story progress. I really thought this was a dramatic reveal that these beloved characters had died and that I'd stumbled upon their grisly remains, but no. It's nothing. It's fucking nothing. No argument here holds any water. Why you would carry water for these dog food ass riders, I do not know. You remember that classic scene from Star Wars? You know, the one where Luke had infiltrated the Star Destroyer and he stumbled onto the Millennium Falcon inside of an Imperial hangar, and as he enters it, he finds a few burnt corpses strewn about, one of them inside the cockpit, one near the gunner seat, and then he finds a bandolier next to the hollow chessboard. Yeah, it was a really weird scene, and made only stranger when Luke was back on the normal Millennium Falcon in the next scene, and nobody was dead, and nobody mentioned it. Huh? You don't remember that scene? Because it didn't fucking happen? Because it would be a bad fucking idea? Because you don't write shit like this into stories? You cannot just hand wave this shit away. Y'all made the deliberate choice to place an exact replica of Roundtable Hold in the heart of liberal darkness, and again, you follow this up by making the deliberate choice to place flavor items at the foot of where you typically find NPCs, and then you made the deliberate decision to not follow this up in any way. Why? Can I ask that? Have I put enough hours in? I beat the game. Have I earned the right to ask these questions? Look, fuck this. How does this shit end?
Our seed will look back upon us and recall an age of fracture.
Fittingly, I finished this game on September 11th. What a beautiful coincidence. I mean, realistically, you probably would need to be a member of Al-Qaeda or something. Just an awful person to dislike an ending this good. What a wonderful, satisfying ending to a thrilling story. I loved the part where I sat in the chair. You know, the Elden chair. The one that's so fucking important that you might accidentally destroy it in passing. You cannot expect me to revere this chair as an important and integral part of the world after having treated it as an insignificant, breakable object. If there were hypothetically a video game adaptation of Game of Thrones in which you could destroy the Iron Throne in passing, this would absolutely damage the significance of the Iron Throne as a symbol of ultimate power and authority in the world. If you could just eat an Elder Scroll in Skyrim as if it were a berry, that would be bad. Sure, it'd be funny, but you've devalued the object in question. This is funny, but the problem is that the chair is the joke. You devalued the chair, treated it as a comic relief prop, only to later pretend that it has been important all along. So significant, in fact, that it's used as the icon for the trophy. It represents the completion of the game. It's the cherry on top. Bro, calm down, it's just a chair, they're all breakable. No, they're not. Godric's throne isn't breakable. Varric Assault's throne isn't breakable. Why are these treated with more reverence by the developers than the Elden chair? It's because the chair's in a battle arena, dummy. It has to be breakable. It's gonna get broken there. This game is so far removed from the concept of an object or obstacle in an arena having any impact or relevance to the fight that I will just set that argument aside and instead ask, whose idea was it to set not one scene, but at least two in such a way that this incredibly important plot device would predictably be destroyed? But I'm not gonna let this ending cutscene go to waste. I earned this stupid shit. First question, the command prompt reads, mend the Elden Ring, and the action associated with this command is picking up a head and placing it back on a statue or corpse. What about this exactly is mending an Elden Ring? I don't really know, because the writers never put in the effort to explain this to the player. I still don't know what an Elden Ring is, and without external knowledge, I wouldn't know who this is either. I also wonder, what of those shards that I've been collecting? They don't appear to be present in this cutscene. I don't think I see any shards, any physical shards of the physical Elden Ring, but of course I don't know what role they play, or what role the Elden Ring plays, or what it is, or the tree, or the queen, or anything else. But the corpse statue begins to glow, and Mortissimo, I guess, just knows to kneel before it. How would my character know what is happening if they receive no expositional dialogue from any person that they've met during their travels to inform them of who this is, what is happening, or what an Elden Ring is, or what my quest was from the beginning? How would this character, upon entering this room, come to the conclusion that they need to place a corpse head on a statue and kneel before it?
The fallen leaves tell a story.
Okay, gonna pause you there. This here is a tasteful callback to the opening cutscene. And as we are now watching the closing cutscene of the game, let's look back on that opening slideshow and review how relevant it ultimately was to the subsequent 120 hours. There are 14 ideas presented in the opening cutscene of this game, and they are listed here. Ideally, the ideas presented in your opening would be touched on, explained, or resolved over the course of the story. Of these 14, I would argue that 12 do not receive this treatment. We never properly learn about the Elden Ring, its shards, what it is, or what it means to shatter it. We never learn about the Knight of the Black Knives or Godwyn. The idea that Marika has gone missing is not even part of the story. In fact, there's been dialogue to the contrary. By the conclusion of the game, we still have no information as to what links the 5 names listed at the tail end of the slideshow. After my first playthrough, I could only recognize a single name from that list. So in the end, the only line of dialogue from the opening cutscene that had a tangible presence in the story that I played through was, "Go look at the Elden Ring and become the Elden King." And the story is that I did. I built a snowman and I sat in a chair. Wow, I'm on the verge of tears right now. This is so deep. What a story, Mark. The only caveat that I can offer is that I'm speaking specifically about this story and this ending, the Age of Fracture storyline, if we can call it that.
The fallen leaves tell a story of how a tarnished became Elden Lord. In our home, across the fog, the lands between. Our seed will look back upon us and recall an age of fracture.
Do I even need to ask? What the fuck is an age of fracture? What does that mean? What are you referring to? You're speaking words, but they mean absolutely nothing. The final line of dialogue is brand new jargon, the capstone to a fragmented story. But here I am. I guess I'm the Elden King now. I am sitting in the chair. Dare I ask, what am I the king of? This pile of fucking ash? Really, does the Elden Lord rule the continent and the people in it? Because there's no people in it. This place is nearly devoid of life. I guess I'm king of the merchants now? Is this a joke? And that's the mic drop moment. We roll credits after that. The final flagrant display of outright narrative desolation. This is an unsatisfying, useless, insignificant ending to a vacuous, fragmented story. My microwave can tell a more compelling story in 1 minute and 20 seconds than Elden Ring can in 120 hours. And then I at least get a burrito out of it as opposed to a brain aneurysm or a cutscene of a fucking chair. Now, how about that little caveat from earlier? Well, I know for a fact that the chair storyline is not the most popular content in the game. Fewer than 19% of players have received this ending compared to the 25% of players who received the Age of Stars ending. It is interesting to me that a plurality of players don't experience the default story. Maybe it's because it's awful. Maybe players are advising others not to stick to the default story for that reason. So this begs the question, why did I stick to this shitty-based story even though it was shitty? Surely I could have found a more enriching experience if I had partnered up with Ranni or devoted myself to the Volcano Manor. Well, I'll tell you first of all, it's not for lack of trying. After my character was assigned a personality and motivation involving cardinal sins and blasphemy, I tried to make the best of a bad situation and roll with it. I trekked back to the Volcano Manor and decided that I'd work with whatever they had for me. I was actually a little excited to have a faction that I could almost justify joining in earnest. I was eager to see what characters and story beats were in store for me. I was given a letter directing me to go hunt down and kill Old Knight Istvan. Okay, I'm not unfamiliar with this concept. And after doing the deed, that was it. There's no more content. Upon returning to the manor, there's not a soul in sight that I can speak to. In fact, there are fewer now than there were earlier. There are no items that I can pick up, no additional letters or assassination contracts. Tanis has nothing to say to me. There are no new dialogue options, nothing anywhere here to acknowledge that I even carried out my mission and killed Esteban. And I've got his armor set right here to prove that I did it. But look, what can I say here? There's no content. There's no story. I searched high and low. I don't know what to fucking tell you, but this game does not have a story. I tried to go out of my way to give the game a chance, and it's yet another shallow grave of narrative excrement. Do I even need to say it? Perhaps you should have characters here. Perhaps they should have dialogue. Perhaps there should be dialogue options that pertain to what's happening. Perhaps you should inform the player on how to advance this story. Perhaps you should tell a story. So, backing up a bit, I'll ask myself again, why did I stick to the shitty base story? Because, I would argue, it is the only story. It's the only story canon to this quest. Near any other derivative of this story only breaks it further.
One must choose one's masters wisely.
My only other options are to serve Ranni or a hobo, and I am not in the habit of swearing fealty to the homeless people that I encounter at the 7-Eleven. And don't you dare tell me that this guy isn't a hobo. The motherfucker is so homeless, he can't even live under the bridge because then he'd have a roof over his head. Now I know that Fia's out there somewhere too, and I assume that she also has a service option and an ending. That's only an assumption, though, because I don't know. I, again, went out of my way to give the game a chance. I spent a couple of hours looking around trying to figure out where she's at, and the only thing that I found was this gem of a character. Again, I state, perhaps you should inform the player how to advance this story. Maybe if there was any line of dialogue to follow up this scene, a character says, "Damn, she said all that? That foul witch. We should find her or something. Let me mark some shit on your map." Because look, the only reason that I even know Fia is hidden somewhere in the world is due to external information. Nothing in the game suggested this to me, and as a result, she is not part of the story. So, without Fia, this leaves us with a smelly hobo and a duplicitous doll witch. According to this Ungeek article written by Niccolo Mortissimo, Age of Stars is surprisingly the most common ending. Not that surprising, honestly. People will simp for blue girls, which, again, okay, maybe I
ain't no good, but I'm like, damn, I like them blue bitches. Sitting it down, play it down.
Wait, what? I ain't a crip, but I like them blue bitches. What is that even?
But the article states that according to the Steam data, a sizable portion of players sided with Ranni, over twice as many as Lord of Frenzy Flame? What the hell is that? I don't even know where to start with that one. Who or what does that entail? It goes without saying, but this is the first I've heard of such a thing.
Jimmy is the first I've heard of that.
Unlike most open-world games today, Elden Ring does not hold the player's hand. Yeah, it also doesn't do the bare minimum to tell a story either. The game does not feature any quest markers. Incorrect. This means players have to either explore and remember what they are tasked with doing by certain NPCs or consult guides online. There it fucking is. We all know it. It's not a good thing. But anyway, the stats are here and they're pretty consistent. Even as far back as last April, the Ranni ending was the most popular and many more players have subscribed to it since. Could it be that all the depth and character development that I've been craving is in the Age of Stars storyline and I simply missed out? That's not impossible, but the problem is that this all hinges on underwritten tripe. How about a quick refresher? Ranni has a grand total of 2 minutes and 23 seconds of screen time, and a large chunk of that short time was spent to developing her as your antagonist. The player character's obeisance to her is entirely unearned, and the prime motivator for a decision like this is the player's meta desire to experience the story as an alternative to the default. If the only way to experience a more enriching story is to write in characters who make decisions antithetical to the facts surrounding them, you have written a bad story. That is an Admiral Holdo defense. If characters need to make illogical decisions in order to advance the plot, you need to redraft your plot. And good luck convincing this man to draft anything. I am still skeptical that he wrote a damn thing here. This is a question of your own standards. The proportion of players who prioritize blue women over competent writing is of no consequence to me. It does not adjust the nature of the facts, which are that Ranni is presented as a dishonest and dangerous entity that deserves neither trust or loyalty. The game makes no effort to combat the character traits that it presents before asking you to swear fealty to her, and this fault lies entirely at the feet of the developers. It is not her fault that the developers chose to present her in this way, and it seems to me that we should all be upset that they handled her character like this, stunting her likability from the start. In other words, it's bad. This is a bad way to present a character, particularly in an RPG. This is a bad way to present a significant decision for the player character, basing it on the poor representation of another character in the story. This is a bad way to tell a story, being based on decisions that run counter to the established internal logic of the world and its characters. This is all bad, and despite the occasional laughter, I don't revel in that fact. It frustrates and disappoints me as a consumer of the game. That this passes for a story today is appalling to me. If you're a fan of this character for whatever reason, you should be even more upset than I am. She, and really every character in this game, deserve better. They deserve more interactivity, they deserve to be fleshed out, and they've been done an absolute disservice. But the themes, but who cares if Ranni has less screen time than Captain Phasma? What about the themes of the story? Dark Souls, finding a purpose and reason to go on can take you a long way. Elden Ring, a broken world can still be mended with enough ambition. Sekiro, hesitation is defeat. Bloodborne, do not go to London, worst mistake of my life. That's funny, yes. But is this part a joke too? Because that's not what happens in Elden Ring. At no point in this story did I mend a broken world. I remember burning down the God Tree. I remember burying a city full of people in ash. I remember sitting in a funny chair presiding over a wasteland full of goats and zombies. What subtext did I miss? Who here did anything that resembles mending anything? You're just pulling this out of your ass. This can't seriously be the lesson that I was supposed to come away with, because it absolutely was not present. So in the end, I feel nothing. Nothing but pity and scorn. So what of the hypothesis? Elden Ring has no story. What's the verdict here? Well, that's a tough question to answer when you consider what it means to tell a story. This game tries to tell a story, or at least pretends to try to tell a story, but fails to do so. If a piece of media does not tell a story, does that mean it has no story? If a lake is shallow enough, does it cease to be a lake? Suicide Squad has a story, even if it is the worst. The characters are awfully written, but at least there are characters that are written and events that transpire on screen. Dialogue is awful, fucking awful, but it can at least be understood by the consumer. I can't say the same for Elden Ring. So, what is worse, telling a bad story or failing to tell a story at all? What is less funny, telling an unfunny joke or simply not telling a joke? Would you rather watch Suicide Squad or watch paint dry? How about telling a non-story badly? Because that's really what Elden Ring does. It somehow transcends contradiction and tells no story, but has to spend 100 hours stepping on rakes to accomplish this. It's impressive, really. When I say that this game is uniquely bad, I mean it. Elden Ring does not just tell no story, it tells a non-story, which pairs really well with the non-gameplay. That's Elden Ring, folks. This is it. The Elden experience. So, what now? What's realistically left for me, aside from looking up a guide on how to find Fia? Start a third playthrough? Grind some more? Then, you know, as a reward for my grinding, I get to play a shitty boss fight to advance the non-story? What fun. I seriously don't know if I can think of a more boring thing to do. But that's a skill issue. If I were better at this, maybe I'd find it fun. Why don't I just get good already?
You've got to do better, Senator.
When I started encountering shit like this, I had a firm grasp on why. I fucking refuse to. I will not engage with this. I'm not gonna stay up all night learning how to dodge invisible hitboxes. I don't want your guides. I don't want your tutorials. I don't want to be good at a game that has shit like this in it. I will not roll over. I will not sit here and consume shit and beg for more. No, I will not put in the time and effort necessary to master this game, given that the developers themselves couldn't put in the time and effort necessary to make such an idea appealing in the first place. This game neither compels nor deserves additional play. Yet there are people who see this game as a masterpiece, though I cannot grasp how. So many of these design decisions are indefensible. Designing boss fights like this is unadvisable. Designing a boss fight like this is inexcusable. Balancing a game like this is incompetence at best. Presenting a story like this is just asinine. I don't see what there is to enjoy in this game beyond the fleeting excitement of your first-time exploration, which is checkered with these sloppy boss fights and lazy writing. I would like to enjoy the game without the crutch of looking up a guide online to teach me how to enjoy it. I tried. I spent 150 hours trying, but there is nothing to propel me forward, nothing to motivate me to continue with this adventure. It's just roadblock after roadblock. It's draining and tiring, and eventually it's just not worth the grind anymore.
In my opinion.
So yeah, there's just a few of the things that are wrong with Elden Ring, and I'm really only scratching the surface here. But there remains one question still in my mind. What will the legacy of this game be? How is it shaping the future of video game discourse and artistry? Soulish cash grabs with barely any content, made for squeezing any penny they could out of the people. Literal art with an actual focus on game design and fun. Go back to your Call of Duty. I'm busy playing literal art. Yeah, literal art. Literal art. Hey, maybe it means the loading screens. Now look, I don't really disagree with the sentiment here. Of course video games are an art form and like, fuck Overwatch 2 specifically, but I can't get past that. Literal art. I'm literally an art connoisseur. You're playing fucking Elden Ring, bro. Get over yourself. Look at this one. You see this? Where do we even start with this? First of all, there's no joke. There's nothing here. There's no humor. There's no wit. There's no joke. It's just, I see a picture and I have played Elden Ring, so I will put creatures or characters from Elden Ring and arrange them in the vague shape of this picture. Are you fucking retarded? This is just like brain dead tribalism. It's just literally it's for people to see this and say, oh yes, I recognize that because I've played Elden Ring. I'm part of the elite club who have played Elden Ring. I'm a literal art connoisseur because I've played Elden Ring. I recognize those characters. It's like Elden anything just for the sake of Elden anything. It's tribalism, it's brand loyalty, this self-importance. And the cool point, it's a virtue signal effectively, just to tell, I'm gonna make this and people are gonna know that I've played fucking Elden Ring. Well, I'm gonna like this and people are gonna know that I've played fucking Elden Ring. Do you think the guy who makes this, do you think he like, when he walks down the street, he sees a dog and he goes, holy shit, that's the dog from Elden Ring. How'd they get the dog from Elden Ring out here? Now here, I like Aqua Teen Hunger Force, so I made this. Isn't this funny? Fuck you. You've heard of read another book, but how about stand for another game? How about stand for a game series that's worth your time? But these people are out here though. So when you get a game of this quality, what do you have to look forward to? Can you reasonably expect the studio to improve, hone their craft, and put out a better game next time? Why would they? They don't need to. With a demographic this vocal and ravenously masturbatory, I don't see this changing anytime soon. In fact, I imagine it gets worse before it gets better, and I'd even like to pose the theory that the fetishization of half-baked game programming is exactly what leads to the release of buggy, broken games. There's no incentive to produce a functioning game. In fact, the opposite is true. Look at this. Read it over. I'll give you a second. This is real. Somebody believes this. So I implore you, everyone, don't be a loathsome dung eater. When you're served a shit sandwich, call it a shit sandwich, because the shit eaters are out in force. If we're gonna sit here and just consume mediocre product and sing its praises, you're not going to get anything but mediocre product. If you want to see the art form improve, we need criticism. We need outrage. By giving out trophies for this shit, you are rewarding and encouraging not just mediocrity, but ineptitude. Call this shit out when you see it. Dragon Age 2, a massive letdown. Skyrim, an unfinished, buggy mess. Ratchet & Clank 2016, what the fuck did you guys do? And it's okay to be critical of things that you enjoy. It's a good thing, even. This video here made a brief cameo earlier, and it's one that I highly recommend. It's a 12-hour breakdown of Oblivion, a game that I adore. Just 12 straight hours of slicing this game to pieces, and it's phenomenal. I can't recommend it enough. And while I'm doing shoutouts, I'd also like to recommend this video. It's an excellent breakdown of Tyrion's portrayal in Game of Thrones, one of my core complaints with the show, and it does wonders for my confirmation bias. But look, if this is good enough to earn your praise, congratulations. You will be rewarded with more of the same. But if you ask me, yeah, this game sucks. Maybe I'm the minority here, but hey, what else is new?
It's almost like being a minority in the world.